We're ready? Test, test. Okay. Very good. Great. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Plenary 5. Today, we are going to be tackling the frontiers, in some ways, of migration statistics. My name is Coco Warner. I am the inaugural and final director of IOM's Global Data Institute, and we're joined by a prestigious panel this morning who will introduce in just a minute. As we heard yesterday, migration statistics is tackling the pressing demands to inform action, to deliver timely insight, and help arm us with foresight to prepare for emerging trends. In March of this year, for the first time, the UN Statistical Commission formally recognized temporary mobility, which is the theme of our discussion today, in statistics. And this encompasses short-term work, study, seasonal, and circular migration. And today we're going to talk about what needs to be done next to move from revised statistical definitions that recognize temporary mobility and really translate them into action, insight, and foresight. And so we're joined by this tremendous panel from national statistical offices all over the world. Why are temporary mobility statistics so important today? It seems like an obvious question, but just to refresh everyone's thinking about this morning, we live in a world where over 304 million people are international migrants, including at least 168 million migrant workers, nearly 7 million international students, and I could go on. And the spatial and temporal patterns of people worldwide are also shifting. Last year, we had an unprecedented year of democratic elections across the world that have shifted policy priorities. We know that impacts from economic shifts to conflict to climate impacts send powerful signals to people as they make their decisions about their mobility. And temporary mobility statistics help us understand how these rapidly emerging combinations of drivers affect how people move, where they move, and what governments and their partners can do about that. Temporary migration statistics are essential for timely action, deeper insight, and forward-looking decision-making. These statistics truly tell the global data story of migration. So I couldn't be happier now to turn the time over to our panel, who I'll briefly introduce. Our first panel member is Mr. Diego Iturralde, who's the Chief Director of Demography from Statistics South Africa. And among his rather long and prestigious career, I'll just mention one thing. Diego is known as a champion of evidence-based migration governance. For those of you who know him, for many years, he's been very active in the UN Stats Commission, and he'll tell us the story, among other things, of how temporary migration statistics came into the Stats Commission decisions this spring. We'll next hear from Mr. Shu Qishang, who is an officer with the Department of Information and Technology with the National Immigration Administration from the Republic of China. Mr. Zhang is an innovator and will tell us about China's international flight pre-notification and pre-check system, which is one way that we can get insights about temporary mobility. Next, we'll hear from Ms. Aurelia Spataru, who's Deputy Director General of the National Statistical Bureau of the Republic of Moldova. And among also her prestigious career, she's known for her leadership in the country's census, particularly social and demography statistics. And then the final speaker is Mr. MD Mizanur Rahan, who's the Deputy Director of the Bangladesh Bureau of Statistics. He's known for his expertise in demography and health. So let's get started, Diego. We're so curious to hear your remarks.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much to you, Coco, for inviting me to this plenary and to the organizers for this organizing of this IFMS in particular. I think it's a useful thing and an important thing that before we start speaking about temporary mobility, that we ask ourselves, what is this phenomenon and how do we define it? So the definition of temporary mobility are all international movements which results in stays of less than a minimum duration of stay requirement, which countries have the option of choosing between 6 months or 12 months. One would usually choose the 6 months definition if the country is highly mobile, there's a lot of movement and circularity, and a country with less so may choose the 12 months. So the recommendations are not dictating what that time period should be, but it is being linked to the recommendations on census, and it's being left to the choice of each country to choose whether they choose to use the 6 months or the 12 months. Ultimately, we're comparing usual resident with usual resident, regardless of what choice a country's made. So this includes movements around daily commuting, tourism, pilgrimages, business, medical treatment, visits to family, seasonal labor, and education. Forcibly displaced persons are also part of this, which particularly those that result in a stay of less than this minimum duration of time. And important to note is that this excludes tourism and business travel. So all of us here who are in Malmo for this particular conference, our movement here would fall part of the tourism statistics framework, which includes business travel and not necessarily that of temporary mobility. I also wanted to perhaps just to illustrate this a little bit further, an expansion of the classical demographic balancing equation. And if we have a look at the lower half of each one of those blocks, we can see that whether we're looking at the population at time t, arrivals, departures, or the population at time t plus n, there is a temporary population as well as a resident population element to each one of these. So each one of these categories can be split up into those that are temporary mobile as well as those who are part of the resident population. Furthermore, if we expand this even further, we can see that, for example, on the second column, once again, if we focus on the lower half, we can see that amongst those who are temporary mobile, there is always the possibility that you may stay beyond the threshold, and therefore you would then become part of the new resident population. Now, these kind of movements are not uniform in their reasons, neither are they uniform in terms of their duration. So they can last for days, they can last for weeks, or they can even last for months. So all of the reasons that we have expanded on just now can be of various levels of duration. The only thing in common that they'll have is that it will be less than the chosen threshold that we have. So having defined that, possibly if we have a look at the reasons why should we collect data on temporary mobility, and I think there are a few. Firstly, temporary mobility can influence local and global economies. We have seasonal workers in the sectors of agriculture, construction, forestry, and even amongst those moving for educational purposes, students enrich cultural exchange to a great degree. This kind of data is always also important for resource allocation regarding to transport, road design, urban design, health, and is hence able to accommodate changing populations from time to time. It's also important to note the environmental footprint of temporary mobility. And in order to promote sustainable practices, it's useful to know how many people are entering a country or a part of a country at different points in time. In terms of some of the limitations, the limitations can be related to those kind of movements where there is no capturing of information over an international border or for the reasons for which one intends to move. And because temporary mobility covers many aspects of human mobility, it enables us to plan for these. In terms of the how, I think if we consider the environment that we are in, having an additional task upon our hands to capture temporary mobility maybe something that we say, we are constrained. We haven't got resources to be able to measure something else. But I think first and foremost, it's really important that we use the data that we already have. We use data sources that are already in our possession, focusing on interoperability and between sharing within and between governments. We spoke yesterday about coordination, and I think coordination is really important in this regard. Censuses and surveys, although not frequently conducted, can be valuable in maximizing these outputs and in integrating data sets. And in a population census, I think it's important to distinguish between the temporary mobile and international migrants with respect to their various characteristics. Also, establishing partnerships with the private sector and civil society can also provide various sources of information that in a classical, traditional manner we may not have had access to. And then, of course, there are the issues of technology, such as big data, machine learning, that we can take advantage of. In terms of cost, very often we know that these temporary movements do not occur equally or uniformly across a country. So if we focus on particular locations or particular populations, then I think we are able to use our resources more effectively in this way. So smaller but more frequent surveys that integrate these various socioeconomic themes are important. And I think it's absolutely critical that in doing this we implement the recently published recommendations so that it ensures global comparability and adherence to common definitions. One final thing which I may just want to point out, at the 2023 IFMS, I spoke about a migration and urbanization forum which South Africa had established. This forum, with the assistance of the IOM, published South Africa's first migration profile in the 23-24 financial year. Although this profile it's not necessarily a report that focused on temporary mobility. I'm highlighting it because I think it's an important source in terms of capacity building. It establishes what kind of data is available, what are the data gaps, the thematic gaps, where is further capacity building required in order for us to not only fill those gaps and collect the necessary information, but to also build capacity amongst partners in government to understand the importance and the relevance of temporary mobility. So looking forward, I think the revised survey program that Statistics South Africa is engaging on, which we call the Continuous Population Survey, which essentially is an ongoing collection of information with a core of questions and rotating modules that rotate on a quarterly basis, has planned already to integrate the production of temporary mobility indicators alongside those of international migration and forcibly displaced populations. So let me leave it at that, and thank you very much.
Wonderful, thank you. Diego, you've raised so many interesting themes, and I promised you that you would tell us the story of how temporary migration statistics came into the UN Stats Commission. You've been beautiful in time. So maybe think about that question, and we'll definitely come back. Thank you so much. Lots to think about. Let's turn now to Mr. Shang, please.
Thank you, Coco, and thanks to everyone. It's a great honor to me to be here today for me, make this short talk. Before the start, I want to say is that I'm not a researcher on immigration management policy. And in fact, I'm not a professor of immigration data statistics. I'm just an application designer and administrator of the NIA's application system. My presentation is the development and application of the API system in China. I hope through this topic, I can give another perspective for all of us about migration statistics, especially for temporary mobility data statistics. My presentation consists of two parts. Number one is overview. In this part, I want to introduce what is the API system and the development and application of the API system. The other part is about effect. I will try my best to explain the effect about API system in immigration management and particularly about temporary mobility people who come to China. Now, let's begin the first part, overview. NIA began to develop API system in 2018. Before the system was built, we referred the standards set by International Air Transport Association, IATA, and the recommendations from International Civil Aviation Organization, ECO, and drawn the experience of other countries. The system was officially launched in October 2019. Since then, 173 air carriers with flights come from mainland China have been connected our API system, covering 306 terminals at home and abroad. In total, it received check-in data from 3.7 million flights. The API system has been playing a significant role in immigrant management. Now, I'd like to share with you some experience in the development and application of a system. Firstly, functional modules of the system. API system consists of 4 main function modules. They are data interaction module, the verification and comparison module, the query and the management module, and the internet portal. The API Date International Module receives real-time check-in data from airlines and provides immediate feedback to airlines check-in counters. The Verification and Comparison Module verifies and compares the check-in date received by the first module in real time. It automatically issues OK to board message for passengers who meet entry requirements, and no boarding for those inadmissible. The Query and Management Module offers check-in information query service in immigration inspection authorities. The received data will be distributed to immigration inspection authorities in the airport entry and exit. The Internet portal serves a data submission channel for airlines not capable of system integration, such as business jet companies and cargo airlines. It offers query service airlines regarding API data submission and works as a feedback for data transmission in case of system failure. Secondly, guidance documents. In these 2 days of the form, I focus on an issue that many of people, including me, are concerned about data quality. Maybe the following part will tell us an answer about how to improve data qualities. NIA issued 4 guidance documents as follows. 1 is the API user guide, specifies the operational procedures, data requirements, and feedback plans. 2 is the API implementation guide, sets the technical standards and the data requirements for information submission. The 3 is the interface control document, outlines the network connections requirements and the technical configuration parameters for data submission. The fourth is frequently asked questions. There's over 20 common problems and solutions. According to the requirement of these 4 documents, airlines can carry out system modifications, network link setups, and case testing, system activation, and data collection or transmission. Thirdly, operation manager. Because of the API system is very complex, the dedicated department is responsible for daily operation management, continuously monitoring the operation condition. A 24-hour global hotline is available to handle airline inquiries. Contingency plans are being made to address various urgent situations. For instance, if different airlines report failure to receive API feedback after transmitting a check-in date with a short period, the immigration mechanism will be activated, and the system will automatically send the OK board to message to the airline to ensure and interrupt check-in procedures. Part 2, effects. In this part, I will be introduce the effects about API system. I think it's a good example and attempt of China using API data as an important data source to build national capabilities in immigration management. The API system has brought improvement the following 3 aspects. One is ensuring a smooth clearance experience for travelers. API data can be used to monitor flight dynamics and passenger flow in real time, enabling immigration inspection authorities deploy frontline officers according to traffic demand and reduce passenger congestion. The system also links passenger information with flight numbers to identify eligible passengers who can use in channels to saving money for airlines. On one hand, the API system can enable airlines to submit passengers' information online. On the other hand, inadmissible passengers can be stopped before boarding. Thus, airlines don't need to bear the cost for retaining inadmissible passengers. 3. Enhancing management efficiency for immigration authorities. Since inadmissible passengers are stopped before boarding, it saves a significant amount of resource for immigration inspection authorities that were previously used for law enforcement activities. In one word, API system is a basic application for NIA. Because we have the passenger basic information of API, we can use it for data statistics about people who come to China temporarily. In fact, this work is taking traveler a good clearance experience and take our work more efficiently. In the future, NIA will willing to strengthen international communication and cooperation in areas such as standard improvement, experience sharing, new technology applications, and data statistics. That's all for my presentation today. Thank you, everyone.
Mr. Zhang, thank you so much for explaining I will read it, China's international flight pre-notification, and I'm missing that word. We really appreciate the explanation of the system. And I think everyone here sees some of the frontiers of traditional statistics and the use of technology and other forms of data and how they're used in administrative settings, be they airports or border control or other things. And I think that shows one of the many, many different applications of temporary mobility statistics and data that's useful for it in government programming and possibly in some of the programming of international organizations and many stakeholders. We really appreciate that. Looking forward to hear more in our discussion. Now we're going to come back again to a statistical office. And Aurelia, you're known for your work in Moldova's National Statistical Office. Please, we're interested in your comments.
Yes. Hello, dear ladies and gentlemen. It is nice to see you all here. So I would like to share with you the experience of the Republic of Moldova on the including, in fact, the concept of the temporary mobility into the 2024 population and housing census. So a few words about the Republic of Moldova. I hope most of you know that we are a small country being bordered by Romania and by Ukraine. We have the usual residence population of 2.4 million people. In addition to these 2 million people, we also have about 1 million of nationals residing outside the territory of the country. And these people have been leaving the country because of or seeking the labor, but then residing in those countries and returning from time to time to Moldova. This, of course, caused some problems and some deficit in the labor force within the country in certain sectors. And having all these characteristics and mobility of the population, Also because of the free visa regime with the EU countries, so our people are traveling and working, looking for work in the EU countries as well. Respectively, all these specifics are causing difficulties and issues to the statistics to catch and to measure all these aspects of the migration. So respectively, on the other hand, from the strategic point of view, the main challenges are to accommodate the active engagement of diaspora in the development of Moldova, along with the protection of the temporary emigrants and immigrants. For that, at the national level, there are a large complexity of policy measures being undertaken in the social protection field, in the health insurance for circular migrants, in the reintegration of the returning migrants and their children, but also of the immigrants, meaning the displaced and temporary protection beneficiaries, and their integration into the education system, in the social protection, in the labor market, and stimulating them to open also their business initiation and launching of startups. In the Republic of Moldova, we have since 2010 have generated already 14 editions of the extended migration profiles, and this is data collection tool that helps to put together data from many sources, from official statistics, from administrative statistics, on migration stocks, flows, characteristics, and change over time, but they are supplemented by the indicators which are showing the impact from the demographic, labor market, economic, education, and environment perspective. So in 2025, we have done the reassessment of this migration profile, which now includes 182 indicators. And this profile has been reassessed because of the progress made in the management of the migration phenomenon, also because of the redistribution of responsibilities between data providing institutions due to some institutional reforms, and as well as because of the progress made in the digitalization of public services, of the activities of public institutions, and development of new IT systems which permit to register new flows of data. And also one more prerequisite to revise this migration profile is the recently obtained status of the Republic of Moldova as a candidate country for accession to the European Union, which makes us responsible for progressing in alignment to the EU standards in the migration policies, migration-related policies, but also in the migration statistics field, which is accompanying the policy. From the perspective of the data challenges, the national data system in the field of international migration and temporary mobility often faces challenges related to data reliability. And it is mainly because the partial coverage of diverse aspects of the migration and its duration, because of the unreliable system of residence or address registration or deregistration for internal and international immigration of Moldovan nationals, and the impact of dual or multiple citizenship of people and high mobility, which are affecting the accuracy of data and the additional effort on the need to eliminate the duplications in the administrative records. The cultural specifics of the national citizens also has a role, because in their role of respondents, they are tending to report the absent members from the household, and because of these generating the overcoverage of the resident population, but also the opposite reaction on underreporting of the foreign resident population. So in 2024, Moldova has conducted the third population census since the declaration of independence, and it was the first census being conducted in an electronic manner using the modern data collection methods like Kapi-Kawi, using the GIS technology, and also in a combined manner when our field enumeration has been complemented by the use of administrative data. And in order to get the access to administrative records for the purpose of the census, we had multi-year preparation activities, which included, for example, the amendment of the law on official statistics and the development of the law on the census, where there are regulated, the access to administrative and private data sources is regulated with the obligation from the holders of these sources to provide data free of charge and on conditions to the National Bureau of Statistics. But also we have, in order to prove our credibility on our capacity to use these individual data from these data sources, we have undertaken external audits on information protection, and we have been certified with the ISO certificates on information security and data protection, personal data protection. So our questionnaires have included all the core topics being recommended by the main EU regulation. And with the support of our UN agencies, we have added many questions on migration because of the characteristics of the country having a big migration flow. And also we have made available our questionnaires in 7 languages, the language of the majority and of the minorities residing in the country. And talking about the temporary mobility, so because we have used the definition of usual residence, applying both criteria on the stay and on the intended stay in the majority of the year before the census and after the census, it was easy to apply also the definition being recommended in the recent UN recommendations, and we have used the 3-month duration, the minimum duration for absence, and up to 12 months from the country, so that we could catch the temporary population. And of course, this kind of information being collected through all the questions which we added in the census questionnaire helps to understand the reversible migration flows, to track the temporary return migration, often linked to seasonal work or family visits, and identifies population that may not update their official residence and moving. So through the questions being added to the census questionnaire, we have now the possibility and the opportunity to make different analyses. For example, in order to identify who returns temporarily and from where, we are using the variables on length of stay, previous locality, year of last return, place of birth, and it gives the possibility to us to have in the result the origin locations or age or gender distribution of this category of population. Then another example would be to compare short-term and long-term returnees. We use the variables on length of stay in current dwellings, intention to return, intention and timing to leave again, which helps us to analyze what proportion of returned for less than 12 months we have, or how many are likely to migrate again soon. And it gives us data on temporary versus permanent return. Also, wishing to understand if migration is primarily for work and among whom this migration is taking place, we have the questions on the reasons for absence, reasons for being abroad, and reasons for returning, as well as intention to go abroad. So. The combination of the census data with the administrative data sources also give us a new insight and help us to find out who is captured only by the census and only by the administrative data, and how does the temporary migration visibility vary across the data sources. So there are many challenges as regards the use of administrative data sources. First of all, they are overestimating the international migration, they are missing the intentions to stay or to return, and they are lacking the context of the migration, so the reason for being absent or for migrating. And the census gives these aspects when census data being combined with administrative data. So for the census, as a quality control measures, we have estimated the undercoverage and the overcoverage of the census. The undercoverage we estimated with the support of or through the post-enumeration survey, and the overcoverage we have estimated through using the administrative data sources from 5 administrative data sources. In fact, we had access to 10 providers and to 15 data sets, but nevertheless, for the census purpose, we were able to use only 5 of these data sources, and we use these records for as signs of life for confirming the overcount or undercount of this enumerated population. As challenges I have already mentioned, but my colleagues in the previous sessions as well mentioned that the main problem of administrative data sources is the lack of metadata for this data, and the frequency of changing the records and the rules of registration in these administrative data sources not necessarily being consulted with the National Statistical Office. It causes problems and difficulties in continuous use of these administrative data sources. Therefore, the recommendation would be before using them to pay a lot of attention on assessing their quality and being sure that you can use these data sources not only today, but many years further. And in order to help the policymakers to make use of this data, indeed, we as statisticians would make the synergy between the census, administrative, and survey data, but the policymakers would need data literacy and interest in using those data so that they would harness the value of this data, because we statisticians are very mad when data are not used, are produced, available, but are not mad. So we encourage the policymakers to make the best use of this data. Thank you for your attention.
Aurelia, I looked up at the audience and I saw a lot of people nodding and seeming to really relate to your remarks, particularly some of the challenges. It's great and pioneering work. We're going to come back to the challenges and opportunities and engage you as an audience in that. But before we do so, Mr. Rahman, you've come a long way, as all of our speakers. And we're really curious what you're doing with Bureau of National Statistics in Bangladesh, please.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's an honor and privilege for Bangladesh to be here. This is really an important event. All the people, all the experts from demand side and supply side in terms of migration policy and migration statistics are here. And now, from this event, we have understood what we have and what we need to do. So now I am going to present one of the system in Bangladesh. We call it sample vital registration system. And through this system, we collect the information of temporary mobility and also the internal and international migration. And now I'm going to show you what is the system and how it works. So in my presentation, I will show you the overview of Bangladesh Bureau of Statistics and what is the migration dynamics in Bangladesh and the SBRS system, how it works, and how we can use this tool to measuring the migration statistics, and also a migration module in SBRS. And at last, I will mention the policy implication. So Bangladesh Bureau of Statistics, you know, like others, it's a national statistical organization, and if we say the statistical infrastructure of BBS, we say that it's a nationwide presence through divisional and district level offices. And we have conducted lots of flagship census and surveys like population and housing census, economic census, agriculture census, and in terms of surveys, we conducted sample vital registration system that is called SVRS, labor force survey, household income and expenditure survey, and we got the information of poverty. You know, the Bangladesh is the low income poverty in the world, and we introduced a cost of migration survey and survey of manufacturing industries. And in terms of alignment with standards, you know that Bangladesh Bureau of Statistics already taken the initiative of National Quality Assurance Framework, and all the academician, policymakers, planners, and statisticians, we are working together to ensure the data quality and insurity and data accessibility and also the data security. So what is the migration dynamics in Bangladesh? You know that in Bangladesh we have over 170 million people, and the density is 1,350 square kilometer. And we saw the 85% area is rural, so rural to urban migration is common. And in terms of the disaster-induced displacement, it's very common in Bangladesh, and we saw the seasonal labor migration. And in terms of international migration in Bangladesh, 11 million Bangladeshi people are living abroad, mostly in the Middle East and Southeast Asia. And if we say that the remittance almost $21.6 billion, that is 5% of GDP in 2023. And Bangladesh is the 6th largest migrant origin country globally, and second in Asia, and 7th largest remittance recipient country. So we can say that Bangladesh is really a country that is handling the migration issue. Also, you know that the biggest, the largest refugee camp, we say it Rohingya camp, it is in Bangladesh. 1 million people are living here, and in we are saying that largest in terms of the number of the refugee and also the density. And what about the push factor? Unemployment and low wages, they are the major factor, and poverty and economic insecurity also responsible for the migration. And if we say that the pull factor, higher wages, better job prospects, all are responsible for this. So what type of data we have? Actually, we have primary sources like SBRS, what I'm going to present this, and we were collected migration statistics from the population and housing census, cost of migration survey, labor force survey, and also demography and health survey. But SBRS, this one is the community-based and continuous. Every month, we are collecting the migration statistics from this type of surveys and all the year. So it's a good source of migration statistics. Also, we have administrative sources like data of job approvals, destination countries, visa status. But the problem is the administrative data are partial coverage. It doesn't cover the internal migration, even it is event-based and not the person-based. So Now I'm going to show you what is SBRS and how it works. Actually, SBRS is a survey-based surveillance system. We introduced it in 1980, and you know that the CRVS system, civil registration and vital statistics, is not fully operated in Bangladesh. That's why every SBRS is the main source for producing the vital statistics. And in terms of PSU, I mean primary sampling unit, we have integrated multi-purpose sample. We have produced it from the population census, and 2,766 PSU we are collected information from this PSU, and PSU is the geographical boundary. And the data recording system, now we are introducing a single recording system with a validation survey from 2022. We are collecting information from the field level, and after that a validation survey is conducted independently. And what about the modules in SBRS? There are 11 modules such as household registry, household card. We are getting information, the demographic information from this type of module, and we have information birth and death. We produce the birth rate, death rate, and marriage information, divorce separation module. And in terms of migration, we collected in migration data and out migration, and there is another module, disability, contraception, and also now newly introduced the pregnancy. So how SBRS works, already I mentioned that we have the IMPS design. We collected it from the population and housing census, and our PSU coverage is 2,766. 313,000 households are in the capture of this PSU. So on an average, 150 households in each PSU. So we select the domain like rural, urban, and city corporation. City corporation is the mostly urban area in Bangladesh, and we have 12 city corporation. And we are collecting information from the computer-assisted personal interview system. And I mentioned that at the beginning of the year, we conduct annual survey, and after that, every month we collected the information. And in terms of migration statistics, our reference period is 6 months. So how we ensure the quality of this data? We have divisional level and district level coordinator, and under them we have a district level and supervisor level. And in terms of sub-national level, we have sub-district or supervisors. And what about the PSU level? We have local female registers. Why female registers? Because female registers, they are good to collect the vital statistics. There is some sensitive data, you know that. So in this way, we ensure the quality of this survey. So what about the migration module in this survey? So we collect information within the district, inter-district, and international migration. So in terms of internal mobility, internal migration, and the international, we collected all the information. So there is an example of SBRS migration. We say that in rural it was in 24 out of 1,000 people, and national level estimate is 25.3. And you know the urban is high. So what was the reason for urban was high? Because we analysis the reason that to live with family members 65%, and livelihood purpose 7.8%, and matrimonial marriage reason is 6.8%, and permanently returned from abroad 4.3%. So now we are conducting a pilot to modification this, because already I mentioned that internal mobility is very common in Bangladesh, and so we think that we need to develop this module, and with the help of IOM, they are providing out as the technical support. And already this module captures sex, age, and geographical information, but we are trying to include the destination and return countries in this module. And also, we reviewed the definition of migration and human mobility related indicators like strengthening definition to align better with other data source in Bangladesh. Already mentioned the census and survey, various surveys. And we have introduced a 6-month length of mobility, but already we have got the recommendation from the UN, but this was before the recommendation. So now we are also working on it, and I hope that by the early 2026, we can inform you the findings of this piloting. And also we are reviewing and revision of reason for mobility, why further defined reasons related to economic mobility and also the climate change induced mobility. So what about the policy implications in terms of Bangladesh? We are thinking that update national migration definition and frameworks, it's mandatory, and we need to develop a comprehensive and coordinated data system. Yes, we have lots of data, administrative data, but coordination is must. Lastly, we need to mainstream migration in national development planning. We need to embed migration data in labor, education, health, and urban planning sector to address the full impact of mobility of development. So this was from my side. Thank you very much for your patience hearing.
I don't know about you, but I found this really thrilling, and I'm sure you all have lots of questions. One thing before we go into a quick interaction of the panelists, I'm hearing national statistics responding to the need of policymakers and practitioners for statistics on temporary human mobility that inform action, that provide insights about trends and how people are moving and what policymakers might do, and foresight to help us get prepared. So really super, super interesting. For you as an audience, we're about to get to you. But I can't help but take this moment to pause and dig a little bit deeper with our panel to listen to your views on some of the challenges. Aurelie, I mentioned that people were really nodding their heads when you're talking about some of the challenges, what the opportunities are. We weren't talking in this format at the last IFMS about temporary mobility statistics, and many of you in the room have brought this past a really important milestone this year. So what are the opportunities, and what would all of you see as one or two practical next steps? So to start, I would like to ask Mr. Zhang and Aurelia, when you think of one or two challenges in your area of work on temporary mobility, whether it's data or statistics, what are one of the significant challenges that you're up against?
So I have mentioned them because there are many, but in particular, there would be, if to talk about the National Office of Statistics, we ourselves and our staff need the capacity building and new skills and abilities on working with big data, because all these administrative data sources, private data sources, spatial data require new skills and new abilities, for example, on using R or Python or instruments like this, because with the SPSS or Stata, we cannot handle anymore on working with these big volumes of data. So, usually, even the development assistance is somehow oriented on concrete products, but not on strengthening such kind of capacities. But it is a must in the modern society, because we also need to learn quick and to keep in shape with all our competing parties who are producing real-time data through different innovations. And we need these skills to innovate also and to continue to be as credible as official statistics has been always. On the side of our partners, a big challenge is to collaborate with the holders of data sources. If with the administrative data holders we already put somehow the rules and we trust each other, but about the private data holders, and I would say in particular for the migration topic, it would be interested to work with the mobile telephony data because this data would be a data source on this mobility of people to determine the degree of this mobility and the frequency and how intense it is. So it is a big challenge because their legislation in the IT and technology field is in contradiction with the legislation on official statistics. So I would stick to this.
Yeah, lots of work ahead. Thank you so much, Aurelia. And if I could just acknowledge the many colleagues here, I would mention my own colleagues who've spent a lot of time at the global level, at the regional level, with national statistical officers, working together on capacity building efforts. You're building up that data fluency. I'm really hearing from you, Aurelia, how important that is in partnership. So kudos, and there's a lot of work ahead and a lot of partnerships to be done. Mr. Zhang, could you name a challenge that you see in temporary migration data or statistics?
Okay. I'm sorry, I'm not good at English. I will try my best to answer questions in English, but I think maybe it's not good try. So I will need help from my colleague who said beside me. And before I answer the questions, I think the most challenge is the date is truth. It's very important. I use Chinese. OK， 我认为做好就是临时性数据统计的最重要的一项挑战，就是如何让确保数据是准确的。Do you want to translate?
Thank you.
Trying to be an interpreter. Firstly, I think the most challenging thing about the statistic is about making sure that the data is accurate and authentic.
但同时，使数据确保数据准确，又是一个非常困难的一个事情。因为统计数据是基于每一条基础的业务数据，或者是我们在工作中的采集的数据，这些数据的获取、加工、处理等方面存着各式各样的一些难题和挑战。
And however, it's also a relatively difficult task because statistic data is built upon many just like single and basic items, and acquiring and processing and defining this kind of data will face various difficulties and challenges.
我认为应对这些挑战，我们可以从以下3个方面来入手。第一方面的话，就是要有很好的一个法律的依据或政策的支持。以 IPI 系统建设为例，其实包括中国在内，很多国家都在建设 IPI 系统。在建设之前，各国也相继出台了一些法律，我们的一些国际组织也出台了一些相应的标准和规范。中国在建设 IPI 系统的时候，刚才我也已经提到了，推出了4项 document， 四个文档。同时呢，也出台了公安部和交通运输部也出台了相应的一些政府规章，也就是我们的147号令。这些政策法律的出台，才能很好的支持我们做好基础数据的统计工作。
Okay, and I think the improvement of data statistics requires starting from the following three aspects. And the first one is that we need the support by the laws and regulations and policies, using the IAPI system as an example, and the submission and collection of the passengers' manifests, and whether domestic or in the international societies, requires a relatively comprehensive foundation of laws and regulations and policies. And just as I just mentioned, our IPA system also based on so many regulations in China. So that only by doing so can we collect and use the data legally and legitimately.
第二是要有一个完备的标准体系。在座很多都是数据统计方面的一些专家，都很清楚数据标准对数据统计的工作的重要性。我们也很高兴的看到这次论坛包括OECD、IOM 等方在数据标准制定的方面做了很大的工作，来提高数据的可用性和有效性。中国也会跟各个国家一道，在整体数据标准保持一致的基础上，强化对数据标准的规范和制定，更好的推动数据统计分析工作。
Okay, and the second is that we need to build the comprehensive data standard. And many here today are experts in the data statistics and will understand the importance of data standards and specifications. And we also see that OECD, IOM, and other international organizations have made great efforts to improve the data reliability and accuracy. And China will collaborate with all countries and organizations to enhance the research and development in data standards and to better promote data-related works.
第三是强化科技的应用，这方面的话可能也是我的本职工作。我们众所周知，信息科技的发展是突飞猛进的，然后科技工作也日新月异。Big Data、AI and Large Language Models 的出现，对我们数据统计工作提供了很好的帮助和助手。下一步呢，中国也会持续推动科技的应用和创新，用应用创新赋能中国移民管理的各项政策的优化、完善和出台，为来华外国人或者是临时来华的数据统计工作提供更好的数据支撑。
Okay, the third one is that we need to strengthen the technological application. And this is also Mr. Zhang's basic kind of job. And as we all know that information technology is advancing rapidly, and big data and AI and other tools provides new approaches and perspectives of data statistic work. China will continue to drive the application and innovation of technology to empower China's statistical work and on the temporary mobility.
All about is my opinion of the questions. Maybe next time in here or in China, other cities, I can answer the question in English frankly and without these guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aurelia, and also Mr. Zhang. And we're so appreciative also for the perfect translation. Great. So just as a recap, you've heard of traditional statistics and using census. You've heard of using registration systems, pre-flight arrival, and kind of airport-related data, and a lot of challenges. Let's hear about the opportunities. And Diego and MD, if I may, would like to turn to you. What's a big opportunity that you see on the horizon now that so many challenges have been put out?
Well, let me start off maybe by going back to the question you asked earlier about how did temporary mobility end up in the new conceptual framework. I think that if we consider the previous conceptual framework was, the previous recommendations were drafted in 1998, the world of migration has changed dramatically since then. New types of movements, new push and pull factors, and the reasons for migration have changed drastically over this period of time. So temporary mobility is one such change that has occurred. And so I think in the formulation of the new conceptual framework and in the updating of the recommendations, it was decided that it's important to recognize these new type of movements and to come up with recommendations and with potential indicators that we can commit ourselves to in order to measure and to understand this a little bit better. Now, in terms of the opportunities, I think that if I look back again yesterday to the plenary on cooperation and coordination, I think the opportunities lie here. Because temporal mobility is an ongoing phenomenon that is always occurring, and population censuses and surveys are usually cross-sectional activities. We stand the risk to lose out on certain movements of temporary mobility if we rely only on that. And so we have to look at whether it be modern sources of data. We need to look at administrative data and try and reformulate it in such a way, redesign it in a way that it is able to capture these kind of movements. So when we talk about coordination, firstly, I think legislation needs to be in place in order to facilitate that coordination. The coordination must include issues of who are our partners, who are we going to rely on to provide us with this kind of information, what will those sources of information be. And so it's important that as we identify the sources, that we need to stipulate what is it that we are expecting to see coming out of these particular sources that we did not previously see. One thing I think we haven't spoken enough about is analysis. How do we turn data into knowledge? How do we ensure that the user, who is maybe not statistically or numerically inclined, understands the meaning and has a proper interpretation of the information that has been collected? So the actual analysis, but also analytical skills and interpretation around the data. I think these are a few of the issues or some of the opportunities we have. But I'd maybe like to just throw in one more thing on a recent experience I had around communication. The communication of the concept of temporary mobility, but also the communication of results. I was part of a webinar back home recently, and one of the attendees from a local government was indicating, saying that people come for short periods of time, and if we do not, and if you are saying that you do not call these people migrants, we're not able to plan for them, and it becomes problematic. So it almost struck me that by not calling them international migrants and calling them temporary mobile, it's almost like a de-escalation, a downgrading of status of a person from migrant to temporary mobile. And I had to explain with a little bit more simplicity that we're not ignoring people who are coming for short periods of time, but we're specifically and intentionally highlighting people who come for a short period of time, that planning and allocation of resources need to be made available for such people, but that these people are not going to be part of the resident population. So the type of long-term planning was not necessarily essential for people like this, but absolutely it is essential to plan, let's say, for issues around health and access to infrastructure that these people might need while they are in the country for those 3 or 6 months, whatever the case might be. So I think explaining the concept to people, particularly seeing as it's a newish concept in the public eye, and to understand why the distinction between the two, I think that's a really important thing to do.
Thanks, Diego. Opportunity that you see?
Yeah, I would like to say that, like the others, I think in this time, single source for temporary mobility is not enough. Those countries who have the temporary mobility, like rural dominant country. So one of the common problem was to recall the temporary mobility in terms of the labor migrant. Very frequent. Some people are working in the industry sector and then go to the service sector and then go to the agriculture sector. So it's very common. So in terms of Bangladesh, we introduced the CAPI system. So I think it's a very good. Now we are capturing the geographical location. It's good to capture the geographical location also. So what I am trying to say that single source is not enough. Now we have got the clear definition from the recommendation from the UN. So now we have to search for another option. Yesterday we have got the knowledge from Indonesia, the big data, mobile data. We can use the mobile data for identifying the labor migrants and also the administrative data. I think harmonization and collaboration is must. And if you do that, then we can finalize, we can develop a good statistics on migration issues. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much. Well, you've all been very patient. So coming right to you as our audience, before I do so, though, I do want to thank our hosts, the tremendous organization committee, the donors who made this possible. You see their logos here on the banner, so many of you who contributed, and to Malmö University. And I say that because we have two volunteers who are going to bring the microphones to you. I think we have time for maybe 2 or 3 questions, and then we'll have a final round of very brief comments from our panelists. But thanks so much to Malmö University. This is a place of preparing the next generation of thinkers and doers. And it's been lovely to be here in your very beautiful campus and city. To you, as the audience members, you've heard some of the challenges, some of the opportunities with temporary migration statistics. The time is now for you, 1 or 2 questions. And we have one over here and one here in the front. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Julibet Rodriguez. I'm from the Chilean Statistic Institute. First of all, I would like to thank all the panelists for their presentations. I was very interested in Moldova's presentation, especially your mention of the integration of census and with administrative records. So I would like to ask first if you could briefly tell us how was the integration carried out, whether it was at micro level, person by person, or if the method was deterministic or probabilistic. And the second question, which I think any panelist could answer, it has to do with your mention of metadata and the quality of the data. So what are the examples of indicators or quality controls applied to data sources that allow us to rely on them to estimate temporal mobility and distinguish from international migration? Thank you.
Natalia?
Thank you very much, Coco, and thank you very much to all the panelists. It was a really enlightening panel. I appreciate it. I had Natalia Ball from EGRIS. I had a question also for Moldova, Aurelia, if you don't mind, and one comment that perhaps other panelists wanted to respond to. The question to you, Aurelia, is it was not my first time listening to a presentation from yourself on the census. From past experiences, I'm also aware that you utilize the international recommendations on refugee statistics also in the census. So as an application of both new sets of recommendations, my question is to you, was that straightforward to apply both in one data system? Were there challenges? My comment comes from these additional points that were just being raised about partnership, combining data sources and the like. I think one thing that we've seen, and I don't want to say it's a trend, but it's a risk, particularly when it comes to forcibly displaced populations and potentially other migrant populations too, when the data sources disagree with each other, the administrative data sources in the census or other data sources, this can lead to results not being published. This can lead to the needed analysis that you mentioned, Diego, not moving forward. So I'm wondering what reflections any of the panel would like to have in terms of data sources disagreeing on migration and displacement statistics. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. Actually, let's take 2, maybe 3 more questions, just so that you as an audience get a word in. Anne, and then Jean-Christophe here in the front. And then we're kind of missing you guys in the back. So if any of you have a question, hop on in. All right, the right-hand side missed it, but we have the left-hand side. So we'll come to you too. Yeah, please, Anne.
Thank you. Mine's a question and a suggestion that I think that some very clear guidance on the conceptual clarity as well as definitions is going to help in different languages. So the guidelines need to be put into a very practical dissemination and communication system to support everyone who's going to be collecting the data and analysing them. But also, again, on metadata, I think there needs to be very clear guidance on metadata to underscore the fact that national practices will differ and that this just needs to be explained very clearly, as has always been the case. But very often policymakers don't look at the metadata, but as statisticians and data handlers, we need to know exactly how the data were produced. Thank you.
Thanks, Anne. Jean-Christophe.
Yes, thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. Following up on Diego's comment on communication, obviously temporary mobility often leads to very big numbers. We heard yesterday from China the impressive numbers in terms of entries and exits. So I'm very concerned that putting everything together leads to some concern in the public opinion when it comes to communicate these numbers. If I take just one example, there are 3 million posting in the EU. This is a big number, but average posting duration is about a week. So any ideas, because I don't think this is in the recommendation, about ways to weight the temporary mobility by average duration of stay, so you come up with a numbers that is a little bit more realistic and doesn't fuel the anxiety of the public with huge movements that actually do not reflect the reality.
Wonderful, thank you. And we have 2 up here in the left-hand corner. Would you 2 raise your hands so our there?
Thank you. Thank you very much for a very interesting panel. My name is Anna Triandafiliou from Toronto Metropolitan University. I have one question particularly for Mr. Iturralde and Mr. Rahman. How do you distinguish between cross-border mobility versus temporary migration? Because we know, for instance, South Africa, likewise Bangladesh, are part of a regional migration system that involves a lot of mobility, for instance, between Bangladesh and India, or South Africa being a destination in the region. So I suppose that statistically is a difficult question. And another question or comment is temporary migration may be temporary by type of status that the person holds, but we need to acknowledge also the intention. So we know, including in Canada where I'm based, there are some people that are permanently temporary. And I was wondering, how do statistics bureaus deal with that? Because, for instance, Mr. Iturralde, particularly you mentioned trying to cater for the needs for access to services for these people. Thank you very much.
Thank you
First of all, thank you for all the panelists. So my question will be for Aurelia. I would like to know what is the potential bias of a sign of life method that you applied, and how do you do the validation? And using sign of life, you try to delete exclude the overcoverage population, right? But how is there any method that you also use to include the potential undercoverage population? Thank you.
Thank you. And our last question all the way there in the top.
Okay, thank you. I'm Mr. Saruni Njipai. I'm the senior statistician from the Tanzania National Bureau of Statistics. So my questions goes to Aurelia. You said that combinations of the censuses with administrative data, we know that you use you do the quality control of the data from the censuses by estimating the undercoverage and the overcoverage. But in case of administrative data, you said that you use the administrative data to estimate the statistics of the overcoverage. So from the five, you said from the 5 administrative data sources. So my question is, what are the criteria that you use to select those 5 administrative data sources? As you said that you can access like 10 sources apart from the, let's say, 15. What are the criteria that you use to select those 5 administrative data sources? Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I've given you panelists a very difficult task, and we'll make a virtue out of a difficult situation. We have just a few minutes left. So I wanted to thank all of you as audience members. You've been great. And I think panelists, you can hear how stimulating your remarks and experiences have been. Please use the coffee breaks and the meal times on this last day of IFMS to continue your conversations. What you're about to hear will be far too short and not satisfying. But I think what we feel here is a next generation of work together. And so just in closing, I'd invite the panelists to choose very briefly the one or other question that you'd like to respond to, and then we'll close the session. Thanks, everyone.
I will try shortly to answer to your questions, but you asked me to detail the information about this model. Unfortunately, it is not my expertise, but I will try to at least generally respond to you. So how was the integration? It was at the micro level. So we are lucky as a country because we are using the personal identity number. So all these administrative data sources are registering or making their registration using this identity number. It comes from the state population register, and it is a connection between all the information systems in the country, and this connection and data sharing is done through the so-called government interoperability platform, mConnect. So we have an agency of electronic governance who is giving permit access to these interoperability platforms. So we are requesting specific data sets with specific characteristics, and in all of them there is this identity number through which we have connected all these data sources. Regarding the model per se, it consists of giving probabilities or likability of that person would have been present within the term duration of the for the scope of the census, and this likability has been awarded an index, and summing all these probabilities, we selected those records who should have been enumerated but were not, and we in fact, added them, and the opposite. Those who have been enumerated, as I said, our nationals were tending to also enumerate their relatives who are for many years out of the country, but they are still keeping in touch with them, receiving remittances or support from them. So they enumerated, they had such a possibility, but through this filtering, we are identifying them and putting them out of the usual residence population and the scope of the census.
And then, Aurelia, thank you so much. Just for time, I'll go on and just encourage all of you to catch each other in the breaks. Thank you so much, Aurelia. So much to talk about. I'd like to come over to you, Mr. Shang, and also Mr. Graham. Would you like to respond to one of the questions or make a final quick remark?
So one of the questions for me, how do we define the temporary mobility and cross-border? So in our question, I mentioned that we used the CAPI system and our questionnaire well organized, and we have fixed the clear definition. If anyone cross the border, then he will define as the cross-border migration. And I mentioned that we collected information from the household level, and geographical boundary is fixed. So I think the sample size is country representative. So and our enumerator, they are well trained. Every month they are going to the field, the household, the PSU, they collected information. So there is no problem to identify the temporary mobility and cross-border migration in Bangladesh. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Diego, you started our panel discussion, and you were one of the many dedicated experts who helped bring temporary mobility statistics into a recognized formal acknowledgement by the UN Statistical Commission. Give us the final word. Bring us home.
Thank you. Yeah, so on the question about cross-border workers, I just want to reflect on what Anne said, that the issue of metadata and definitions is important, that we understand what we mean by that. I think in the context of South Africa, finding cross-border workers from Zimbabwe or Mozambique, by the very nature of their work and the fact they return every day or on a weekly basis, would classify them as temporary mobile people. On the question of data quality, I perhaps wanted to reflect on that. South Africa has a data assessment framework called SASQAF, the South African Statistical Quality Assessment Framework. In order to enjoy official status, all data sources, internal or external to the National Statistics Office, go through this process, and this gives a data source the status and the confidence and credibility that it requires to be classified as a source of good quality. So I think that any of the questions about different types of data quality, whether it's one source that's not agreeing with the other, etc., can be resolved through the SASQAF process and through having an understanding about why do different sources disagree with each other. Is it the mode of collection? Is it a matter of timing? Or is the focus just completely different? So this theme is by no means a straightforward theme that we have to try and overcome. But I think through adherence to quality and adherence to statistical standards, we can certainly achieve this. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thanks to the panel. Thank you all. And Plenary 5 is concluded. Have a great rest of the day.
Good morning, everyone, again. This is a serious plenary. It's probably the plenary setup. My name is Anna Triandafiliou. I hold the Canada Excellence Research Chair in Migration and Integration at Toronto Metropolitan University. And I'm chairing this distinguished panel of great speakers from around the world. I want to start by thanking our organizers, Malmö University and OECD, Jean-Christophe and Peter, and all the teams that made this conference possible, because we know there's a lot of academic and organizational work behind such large conferences. But I think the panels have been very engaging, and I hope this panel too, which is actually the closing plenary panel, will shed some more light into some of the important questions that we want to ask in terms of migration statistics. I want to start by introducing my distinguished panelists. So in the order of appearance, I'm not going to go into much detail about who they are. I think you can read their how can I say, their CVs in the program, and I'll introduce them in order of appearance. First, I will ask a question to Claudio Bosco, who comes from the Joint Research Center of the European Commission. Then Guillaume Mordaunt, Director of Statistics and Studies, Ministry of the Interior in France. John Wilmoth, Director, UN Population Division. Liaquat Ali, Chief Statistical Officer of the Pakistani National Statistical Office. And last but not least, Amparo Gonzalez Ferrer, Deputy Director General for Management and Integration Pathways at the Ministry of Inclusion, Social Security, and Migration in Spain. So as you see, we have a really wide variety of experiences and of countries represented here. And I want to start, I mean, the topic of today is current developments in migration forecasting. And I think to some extent we've touched on this in previous plenaries and also in many of the parallel sessions in terms of how can new data sources and new ways of analyzing data, including, of course, the possibilities are given to us by artificial intelligence, including generative artificial intelligence, in dealing with large volumes of data or data that in the past were not used for statistical purposes. And of course, there are many issues that arise in both in terms of the methodologies that we use, the kind of questions that we ask. We know a lot is not about the answers that we get to migration statistics, but about the questions that we ask, even if you want the level of data that we produce. So there is huge potential, I think, on one hand to, so to speak, democratize migration statistics in terms of provide insights that were not there or were not collected by national statistical services or international organizations. But at the same time, there are many pitfalls. I think there are many challenges there in terms of data transfer. We all know our digital selves travel very fast, much faster than we do. Also, the questions of privacy. Do we give our data for one purpose, but we know they may be, fortunately or unfortunately, used for other purposes? But even sometimes we think there is a promise that is probably overstated in the kind of new developments and new data that we can have, and in terms of what we can know more about migration statistics. And I think the previous plenary panel had some very interesting insights, because temporary migration is probably one of those areas that is kind of elusive to classical, migration data. But I want to start, this panel by asking Claudio, because I know at the Joint Research Center you've been really pioneering with some new methods that involve trying to understand better migration and displacement, and how we use these new methods for forecasting. So I was wondering, Claudio, whether you could give us some examples of your work and how these methods shape both research and policy in predicting migration.
Thank you for your question. So first of all, good morning to everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here. Before answering to your question, I would like to give you a quick introduction about the reason behind the work we are doing at JRC. So on 14 May 2024 was adopted the Pact on Migration and Asylum that aims at creating a fair, efficient, and more sustainable migration and asylum management for the EU. It contains what is called the AMR, so Migration Management Regulations. One of the key elements of the AMR is the mandate to the Commission to monitor and project the migration situation. To answer to this specific question, we started to test a number of different methodologies. The first attempt that we have done was on fully data-driven models based on machine learning. We tested many different algorithms, and we obtained also reasonably good results. But one of the things that we noticed is that if these particular techniques are very useful and good in predicting when something already happened, they fail when something not happened before happened. So that's the reason, because we have done an effort to go in a different direction. So the methodology that now adopted to produce the forecast within the European Commission is based on what we call a mixed method. It's an artificial neural network, and specifically a shallow neural network. So the basis is a perceptron, the basic of neural networks, plus analytical considerations. So analytical consideration comes from expert on the field. So what we ask to the expert is just to give us their opinion about what's going to happen in the specific route or for asylum, so depending for what we are studying. And we ask just them to say if they think that they expect continuity or a slight increase or a slight decrease. Nothing too complex. And this was done also to avoid that the judgment of expert can be too heavy within the modeling architecture. So this is an example of what the experts do to produce the analytical consideration that feed our model. So this is an example of the Western Mediterranean route, something that we have done for the forecasting the period March 24 and May 24, so 3 months of forecasting. They considered different key factors, that was smuggling dynamics, preventive measure carried out by Moroccan and Algerian authorities, and at the end, the consideration that was passed to the modelists for run the modeling architecture was that they consider the irregular border crossing for that period were in line with trends recorded over the previous year. So The way now we translate this information that is qualitative in something that can be understood by a machine learning architecture is that we found a way to classify the past in 3 different categories. We use the number 0, 0, 5, and 1, that mean stable, moderately unstable, or unstable. So what we do is, for example, if in that case we were in a stable period, it means that to the model we feed the number 0 for that 3 months. So it means that the model knows that what I have to check in the past data that we use for training the model is that specific category. So with all the arrival and what happened. Plus we use also some additional variable for considering the seasonality, for example, or the specific trend that can be from 1 year to another or even longer periods. This is the output of our model. Before explaining you this slide, I would like just to highlight the reason why we decided to go in this mixed approach. So even if machine learning is a very powerful technique, the number of data and the quality that we use for migration is not huge. So often for modeling, for example, the routes for migration in Europe, we have less than 200 data points. And use deep learning for these kind of things is not possible. So we have to use something light, and also the number of drivers that we could test is huge. And if you have only a very small amount of data, you should not do something like that. So the reason for using the expert judgment is that expert just can summarize a number of different complex interactions in a single number. And that is what I asked them. So even if qualitative is something that summarizes many different aspects. And in this way, we have seen that our model prediction capacity improved. So this is the validation of our technique on the Western Mediterranean route. We used 32 different validation periods. And as you can see, the model performed well the majority of the time. It's not perfect. We validated for 5 different routes. And in a couple of routes, we have only 70–75% of positive results. But we consider this methodology robust enough to give to the policymakers something that could be used for supporting their decisions. This is just as a final consideration, these are the real numbers that we produced for predicting the period March, April 24, May 25, produced last year. So we forecasted between 15,000 and 18,000 IBC, and the real number was 70,000. So in this case, the model performed well. We have done for 5 routes. For 3 routes, the model was totally correct. In 2 cases, we slightly overestimated, and it means that the error was around 15–20%. In any case, we consider also this overestimation useful because the trend was correct, and policymakers had the opportunity to understand that next year, considering the time we have done, that was 18 months before, policymakers have the opportunity to understand that something was improving. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Claudia. I think, yeah, this is very promising. Although, of course, we know migration is totally unpredictable, and we humans can be very resilient and very, how can I say, biased in the way we make decisions. But I think we have some more insights, and Guillaume, bonjour. You have done also quite a bit of work in the ministry, trying to use these tools to support policy design implementation, particularly in forecasting asylum flows towards France. So would you give us some insights on your work?
Yes, thank you, Anna. Hello, everybody. Good morning. very happy and pleased to be here, and thank you again for the Malmö University for greeting us and making it possible with all the sponsors of and organizers of this great moment. How does it work? This way? Look. No. There we go.
Yep.
There we go. Yes, indeed. I have some experience in using statistical forecasts to fit in the policy design and implementation in France in the Ministry of Interior. And as I will say, it's kind of a dynamic process. And my first comment is kind of a surprise. Indeed, when listening to excellent presenters during the parallel sessions, for instance, 2 days ago and yesterday, the topic was about doing some modeling in forecasting or nowcasting. It was about doing some modeling using the data and then, showing the data and the results. Okay. And then what about the policymakers? They just receive the results as they are, and the problem and the key issue is then how can I explain the results and give some insight on what's going on? And actually, my experience is exactly the other way around. The process started with expertise, with no statistics, basically. And I will explain this dynamics this way. So first, I try to answer briefly to question, why should we forecast migration flows? Our experience concentrated on asylum application flows, because that was the major one for which policymakers needed to have an idea of what's going on, and also were kind of in a difficult position in order to forecast themselves by themselves. You just don't use simply an Excel file to forecast these migration flows as you would do for instance, family residence permits, for instance. And basically, for the general public stakeholders, there's of course a societal interest for migration, and which means a high appetite for statistics, analysis, research, and probably also for foresight. But we, as a producer of forecasts for asylum applications, we do not disseminate this information to the general public. So I won't be very talkative in this area. It is more designed for internal use for the policymakers of the government and for MEPs and their discussion, and also for the policy implementations, which are the two boxes in red and blue on the slide. For policy and lawmakers, the interest of anticipating the figures and the flows is in line with the necessity to produce some ex-ante assessments when you design a new law. When you have to design a new law, you have to explain why. And why should we change the setup, basically? Well, because we have trends and things are going on, and we are maybe not fully perfect in dealing with these flows, and we need to anticipate and to be ready when something occurs. And also to be sure that the setup is adapted to what's incoming. Which means that it's not nowcasting, it's not the next week or next few weeks or months of forecast, it's more a 1 year, 2 year forecast that is here at stake. And for policy implementation, the people who are in daily life in charge of indeed for asylum application doing the job, receiving the applicants and the seekers and give him the refugee status, for instance. The anticipation is more on a short-term basis about putting the right level of resources in quantitative terms and also qualitative terms in order to minimize the processing duration. That's one, and also to optimize this process. So I have 2 examples that's in the green box that appears here. To just illustrate this phenomenon. In last year, actually, we negotiated in France and was passed a new law, another new law, a new law on migration, French law. And for the during this ex-ante assessment, the forecasts were used in order to justify the need to change the setup for reception of asylum seekers and instruction of their application. And was designed a new local clusters called Espace France Asile that would alleviate the process and would speed it. And it was just an answer that was shown as necessary given that the flows were going up and were intended to go up. So the forecasts were useful in this area. Another one is that given this pressure that was not diminishing, we needed to simplify the appeal part of it. The second level of asylum application, when you have a negative decision from asylum agency, you can appeal to a court, and then we designed in this law a simplification of this of the setup in this court. Another example is on this asylum agency. Who does the management of migration flows? Well, they have asylum protection officers, and they need to anticipate next month a number of appointments they will have, and for instance, the language the people will speak, the translation necessities, given what will be the countries of origin that will this agency will face next month, right? So it's also the forecast feed this kind of should I say short-term and micromanagement process. And finally, the EU Asylum Migration Pact that was also passed last year, as my neighbor referred to, also put in place the solidarity mechanism that is based actually on forecasts. And this is why the forecasts are necessary, is that we will negotiate then based on the forecast, which means that forecasts become a very high political object and tool, because then we will negotiate around the table who will take the forecasted flows from which country, given the GDP, given different indicators, and one of them, of course, is the reception capacity of each country. But as I said, what we did was a dynamic process. It started in spring 2021, actually, it's quite recent. I was not yet in the position in the ministry, and what was used was only annual figures for the past and annual figures for the projection. So you would just forecast two figures, the figure of the current year and the figure of asylum application, total asylum application of next year. They tried to disaggregate this into 15 geographical units, groupings, like 11 countries and the rest of the world divided into 3 areas. And it was only based on expertise. And around the table you had, and you still have today, around 20 people gathering on a yearly basis at that time, coming from different areas of and different ministries. The asylum authorities, of course, of the Ministry of Interior, border force people who are in charge of looking around routes and IBCs, the border crossings. Return authorities also, who have a vision of who has passed and who has entered the territory. And also foreign affairs, of course, diplomats and statisticians, and should I say, sometimes intel people. In spring 2022, the year after, when I just arrived, that was the same setup. That was a yearly projection based on the same setup, with a little extra number of countries, but that was it. And the experts would agree on 2 figures once again for each country. That will be the level of the annual asylum application forecasted. So when I arrived, I decided to show them monthly figures, because the problem when you have only the recent past with only one figure, the annual figure, you miss something about the dynamics. And for instance, you may have a drop or an increase in the recent 6 months, for which you have to raise the question, is it temporary or is it a new phenomenon? And do we have an inflection there and a new trend? So this needed to be fed in the discussion. This is why I decided to show monthly figures. But still, The outcome was still annual figures. So what I did was just draw a line, as you can see, for each country to implement the result of the expertise. Once again, no statistics, no modeling, just showing the past. Then step 2 of this process. In autumn 2023, because these people were so clever that seeing the monthly data and for the first time discussing the monthly data for each country of origin that was assessed, they realized that the situation was changing quite steeply in 2023. They decided for the first time to do another round during the year to update the process. It was in autumn 2023. Then I decided to integrate some statistics, some modeling. That was seasonality, just to say, hey, when you see the movements, some of them are seasonal and some of them are maybe trends. So we should distinguish between the two. So we did for the first time, some seasonal adjustment of this data. And you can see that all the figures are kind of seasonal. So you can make it there. And also integrate for the trends, for the projection of the trends, 44 types of models that combine a model type, that's simple GLM, very, very simple, with different estimation periods because given the country of origin and given the past erratic phenomena, and given because of crisis, because of specific events, you cannot project similarly during the same duration of past for the future for your estimations. So it meant more than 1,300 models that were statistically tested, but also humanly checked, because sometimes statistics tell you the best model, the best fitted model is the one that uses the least number of points. You have to take care of this phenomenon that often statisticians know, and take care also about the outliers, and the outliers statistical modeling is fairly good or sometimes not so good into taking care of the outliers. So you also do a human check of this, and the result is this graph on the top right. And the third innovation was to introduce actually confidence intervals. Thanks to the fact that we had some modeling, we could show that 95% basically confidence intervals based only on the estimation of a model parameters. And this gave us actually very simply 3 scenarios, 3 statistical scenarios, the central, the low, and the high. So for the first time, the decision makers and experts could see 3 possibilities of future that were based only on modeling. This helped a lot for them to understand that their vision, their expertise needed for the first time to be kind of benchmarked with what was, what could be the current move inside this kind of scope. There we go. Step 3, I'm almost there. Step 3, and it's from last year now until today. We did some. We entered the maturation process basically. A few innovations still. Firstly, we upscaled the modeling. That's now 56 models, which means 2,200 models tested when you combine the models with different time frames for the estimation of the parameters. 40 countries, 30 countries and 10 groupings. Groupings are basically continents and crossed with the safe countries of origins, for instance. You take out and use specific countries, specific situations separately. And then because the last year's estimations, still experts would sometimes give answers that were kind of very audaciously high sometimes. and the reality showed that it was not really in line with what they have expected, we decided to present them super intervals, super confidence intervals that are actually based on the residuals of modeling, which is the uncertainty that you don't capture in the model, but the uncertainty that is still there, that shows the high level of variability that is possible in the next 2 years, which these are the dotted lines in orange in the graph. And then the experts could see that sometimes, that's the graph on the right, the trend would confirm that we were going really down, but still inside the feasibility area, the feasibility zone, which means that maybe that was something that is not so extraordinary, so new, so not maybe a new trend, but possibly a temporary movement, and we would possibly catch up back, to be confirmed, of course. But the graph on the left shows really a new trend, something that is happening, that is far beyond what all statistical possibilities, for which expertise were really needed. And this helped a lot for the next meetings, because presenting this at the beginning of the meeting, when discussing for each country of origin the situation, the experts would take on this information as a first start. How did we miss the target, or did we do well last time? And secondly, is there something new happening? And let's have a look at the border force, let's have a look at the transit countries, let's have a look at the origin countries, what's going on? And is it temporary, or is it a new long-term or mid-term phenomenon to take on? So it helps in a way to identify this flow inflection. It's like a tool to feed in the discussion, which means that the meetings now are more dialogues between the statisticians and the experts, more than what it was at the very beginning. And at the end of this slide, I show 2 examples of, on the left side, it went well. That was the experts would confirm the statistical model and the reality would confirm the thing. And on the right side, it was quite different. And sometimes the statistical model was actually fairly well, and the experts should have just stick to the modeling. And on some cases, everybody was wrong. So the final thing here in this process is that we decided to do it on a quarterly basis, and this is very, very fruitful. Because on a quarterly basis, the experts kind of get used to these kind of meetings. They get used to having being right or being wrong. They get used to be challenged actually by what happened during the last 3 months. And by doing it on a quarterly basis, we also update the assessment, be it statistical or with the modelings or expertise. So I've lived since we implemented these quarterly reviews. That's 1.5 years. I've lived this positive feedback and this positive loop, the quality improvement of the assessments. At the beginning, some experts would, take the lead. Like you wouldn't build actually a consensus between these experts, because one would say, my vision is a real one, in my transit country, this is the thing. I don't care for your border force story or your diplomatic story in the origin country. It's my transit country's story there, because I have a stock there and it's impossible that it goes down, blah, blah, blah. And then if you look at the last meetings, these people just now are very, very collaborative in a way, and you get to have a real consensus between the experts and all the visions. That's a 360 degrees vision that come up with the results. Finally, the future. Very rapidly, we can refine the story, changing the groupings, because we do think that some clustering analysis would be good for to do some smart groupings of the countries, depending on the visa exemptions, for instance, or taking into account simply the pattern of the asylum application. Also, we can improve models and integrate, more complex models, of course. But I do think it would bring in the process a secondary a secondary value added, because the main value added is there already. The expertise enlightened by statistics. So we can improve the statistics, but I mean the main objective has been reached already. Also, we tried to do something different for Ukrainians, because we have faced a very high, steep asylum application last year of Ukrainians in France. France explains almost half of the global total EU asylum application of a year, and this is something he couldn't understand. And specifically because we only have very few temporary protection beneficiaries. We only have 50,000 of these people. So the question was, how can we do the connection between the stock of the beneficiary of temporary protection and the flow of asylum applications? Is it the stock that is going down every time there is a new applicant, and we have one beneficiary of temporary protection less, and one that appears at the same time as an applicant? Actually, it doesn't work this way, which means it's more complex. We have to take into account resident permits as well, and also new inflows possibly. Not only the stock, but also the inflows. So, but it shows that there could be other ways to try to capture and to anticipate forecasting, to anticipate the asylum forecast. Finally, that's the final, and thank you for your patience. We want to go beyond and use these classical things that have been discussing in these different fora, and specifically, possibly, a Bayesian economic model that would take some input variables. I will not detail the variables, of course, we don't have time for that. But the idea is that this time series analysis is good to maintain the thing as it is, but probably absolutely bad to anticipate a new trend, or not a crisis, but a peak in the series, for which you need really to take on board input variables. So these Bayesian economic models, which allow to integrate, like in the Delphi surveys, the expert view in a simple way through surveys, seems to be very promising to us, and we will try this. And finally, under the excellent expertise of the Task Force Migration Anticipation and Preparedness, Task Force MAP, that is run by OECD, we will also take the stock-taking exercise that has been done last year on board and try to model other flows, not only the asylum flows, but also regular flows and other types of flows. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Guillaume, for this very thoughtful presentation, because I think we had already two very interesting examples. One, Claudio showing us, how to use some new models, some new methodologies, trying to forecast in and then assess if it works or not. But I think what was interesting in what you present, Guillaume, is also how do you even communicate, regardless of whether the models are partly correct, partly wrong, sometimes need adjustment. How do you communicate this to people who don't make a living as statisticians, and how this is an interactive process? I think this is very important. At the same time, at the end of your presentation, you commented on the uncertainty or on new factors, and I think that's what John is going to focus on. Because, John, we know the work of your directorate involves producing future scenarios about migration and asylum, and we know we have better tools these days, but at the same time, I think we live in a highly uncertain world. And when we did our prep meeting, as you can imagine, we had the prep meeting a couple of weeks ago, the world was different than what it is today, and we see increasingly more conflict around the world. And personally, my thoughts are with the civilians that are involved in these conflicts and are now seeking to hide as we speak. So the question is, how do we combine the two, and how can our forecasting models deal with that uncertainty?
Well, thank you for inviting me to participate in this panel, and I'll try to get to your question, but first I need to explain a little bit about what we do at the United Nations Population Division in our forecasts. I'll use this time to describe our recent efforts to implement new statistical methods for projecting future trends in international migration for all countries and areas of the world, which is part of the periodic production of global population projections by the UN. I'd like to illustrate for you how the probabilistic approach to forecasting migration affects our assessment of the uncertainty around projected population size. So first, for a bit of context, since 1951, the UN Population Division has produced periodic assessments of global population trends. Last year, in 2024, we published the 28th edition of the World Population Prospects, or WPP, which contains a consistent set of estimates and projections of population size and of the three components of population change, fertility, mortality, and net migration, for each of the 237 countries and areas of the world that together comprise the total global population. So as in other recent editions of the WPP, the estimates cover the period from 1950 to the present, and the projections extend from now until the year 2100. So these data are used by various purposes by a diverse group of stakeholders, including academic researchers, market analysts, journalists, government agencies, and international organizations. The data from the World Population Prospects are used for the calculation of numerous development indicators, either as the denominator of some per capita measure or as weights that are used to combine national values to assess regional and global patterns and trends. In total, around a quarter of the indicators used for the global monitoring of progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals rely on data from the WPP. With each successive revision of the World Population Prospects, our team strives to enhance the data and methods that underpin this work. For the projections, we have benefited enormously from a close collaboration with academic statisticians, in particular with a team led by Professor Adrian Raftery at the University of Washington in Seattle. Over the past decade or so, these efforts have focused on developing Bayesian statistical models to derive forecasts of future population trends. Now, these models take as inputs the historical levels and trends that the UN estimates for each country or area. And taking into account the correlations between countries and over time in the observed historical changes in fertility, mortality, and net migration, the models provide a central projected trajectory for each component of population change, as well as a probabilistic assessment of their statistical uncertainty. We first introduced a probabilistic approach in 2013 when we used a Bayesian model to project the level of total fertility for all countries and areas. 2 years later, in 2015, for the next revision of the WPP, we applied a similar approach also to project future trajectories of life expectancy at birth for each country or area. Last year, around a decade later, we completed the project in some sense. The World Population Prospects 2024 also incorporated a probabilistic approach for modeling future trends in net migration. Now, I have to note that international migration differs from the other two components of population change in ways that make forecasting considerably more challenging. That's to say the least. That's an understatement. Both fertility and mortality are strongly influenced and constrained by biological factors, as reflected in their typical patterns by age, which I'm sure you've probably all seen. Moreover, the direction and even the pace of their trajectories over time tend to follow a general pattern, which is often summarized as the demographic transition towards longer lives and smaller families. So this has been a very typical pattern of change in fertility and mortality over time, and this transition has happened already or is now unfolding in all major populations around the world. It is maybe one of the truly universal aspects of modern life. International migration, on the other hand, is not similarly driven or constrained by biology or other immutable factors. On the contrary, both the volume and direction of net migration, that's to say the balance of inflows minus outflows, can shift markedly over short intervals of time in response to economic, social, political, environmental, and other factors. Many countries that were historically countries of origin have become countries of destination for international migrants and vice versa. Forecasts of international migration are also challenged by a dearth of empirical data to describe historical and recent levels and trends. Through the Demographic Yearbook of the United Nations, produced by the United Nations Statistics Division, as well as other efforts to compile demographic data, we have amassed an extensive collection of empirical sources of net migration flows, drawing on national censuses, vital registration systems, and sample surveys, as well as various administrative statistics. However, only a small fraction of these data provide complete and reliable estimates of the numbers of people who are migrating into and out of a country. We're all familiar with this. The information on migration flows are incomplete. Consequently, for most countries, we must rely on indirect methods to estimate historical trends in net migration, which then serve as the basis for projecting future levels and trends. And these indirect methods basically rely on the demographic balancing equation, where we know what the population is at time 1 and time 2, we know the number of births, the number of deaths that occurred in between, and migration is a residual of that model. A few other considerations specific to the world population prospects additionally challenge projections of international migration. First, the projection horizon is quite long, extending from now until the year 2100. And as the length of the projection horizon increases, so too does the uncertainty around that projection. Second, because the world population prospects is a global data set, we must find a method that works for all 237 countries and areas in all their diversity. And third, for internal consistency, we must additionally ensure that the sum of net migration across all countries and areas equals 0 for each year of the projections. So otherwise we have people migrating into outer space or from outer space. So anyway, you understand the problem. So now we're going to get to the one slide. I'm going to only have one slide here, and I think we've clarified which one it should be. But one of the key advantages of incorporating a probabilistic approach to projecting international migration in the world population prospects is that it has improved our assessment of the degree of uncertainty that surrounds our projections of future population size. This is especially important for countries and regions where migration is expected to be a major driver of future population change. So here we see for Western Europe as a whole, right? We got the right one, good, okay. Here we see for Western Europe as a whole the estimates from 1950 and projections until 2100 of the total population of Western Europe. The black line are the estimates in the past, and the solid red line shows the total projected population. The projection indicates that the population of Western Europe is leveling off at around 200 million and is likely to begin declining as we approach the middle of the century. We know that this trend is driven primarily by low levels of fertility, which have persisted in the region over several decades. Positive levels of net migration towards Western Europe are expected to slow down, but not to reverse this decline. However, the probabilistic approach that we've applied tells us that there is substantial uncertainty around this central trend. Moreover, the inherent uncertainty of the forecast grows with the length of the projection interval. For those interested in the technical details, the central projection follows the median of the Bayesian posterior distribution. That distribution was derived by simulating thousands of alternative future trajectories of total population, relying on this model that's built on the historical trends. The light gray lines shown here depict a sample of just 60 of these simulated trajectories. But imagine that we've done that actually for thousands of trajectories, and then it's the median of those thousands of simulated future trajectories that we use as the central projection. And then we also look at the distribution of those simulated trajectories, and the dashed red lines shown here depict the 95% prediction intervals from that series of projections. So this is the range of values within which 95% of the projected trajectories fall. So the dashed red lines reflect all at once the range of uncertainty associated with projected levels of fertility, mortality, and net migration. The 95% prediction intervals indicate that both continued population growth and accelerated population decline are plausible future scenarios for Western Europe. over this long time period. The prediction interval in 2100 indicates that there's a 95% chance that the population of Western Europe at the end of the century will lie somewhere between 140 million and on the low end and 240 million on the high end, with a median value of around 185 million. The uncertainty around future levels of migration to and from Western Europe accounts for about half of the total uncertainty around the projected population size. This conclusion comes from a comparison of the prediction intervals that include the uncertainty attributable to international migration, those are the dashed red lines, and an alternative set of prediction intervals that account only for the uncertainty around projected levels of fertility and mortality, and that's the yellow shaded area in the middle. And you can see then that the width of the range of the yellow shaded areas compared to the width between the dashed red lines, it's roughly 2 to 1. Thus, a key conclusion of this exercise is that when we ignore migration uncertainty, we vastly underestimate the range of plausible future population values for Western Europe and for other regions and countries where migration will be a key driver of population change. For this reason, we believe that the addition of migration uncertainty to the world population prospects has improved the utility of the projections, especially for policymakers who must consider a range of plausible scenarios to adequately prepare for alternative futures. Thank you very much.
John, I'm not sure what to make of it. I don't know if I feel more or less trustful in that we hear, I mean, even the more, how can I say, the less radical estimate still gives us a range between 160 to 115 million, which is admittedly a big range. But it is also true what you said, that also how do you deal with this kind of uncertainty also at the global level and different, we heard this 2.5 days about the different data, like different national statistical services, problems of definitions, problems of counting, of estimating, and how do you deal with that at the global level, even if recognizing that we are all in a similar trend in terms of, as you said, smaller families, longer lives. And at the same time, we also, again, have been hearing and all know that migration is increasing, but still remains a relatively small part of the population changes, but also as you showed, it's probably more radically uncertain than other factors. So anyhow, I hope Liaquat will bring us to somewhat more to the certainty area. And I'm very pleased to have you, Liaquat, and I think we heard earlier also from the colleague from Bangladesh, because both Bangladesh and Pakistan tend to be thought of from a North American or European perspective, are thought as origin countries, but they are important destination countries, and they're also important transit countries. So it is very interesting, I think, and very important to decenter a little bit our perspectives. But I would like to hear more from you, Liaquat, and the work you've been doing in forecasting migration in Pakistan.
Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to speak here. As you said, Pakistan is a special case for migration. Pakistan has been hosting millions of Afghan refugees since early 1980. And since right now, about 1 million still live there. And at the same time, many thousands of Pakistanis leave every year to seek better employment opportunities abroad. For this study, I have analyzed the long-term trend for migration from Pakistan right from 1973 to 2024 and have projected data up to 2030. If we see in the history, collectively up to 2024, 14 million Pakistanis have left the country. This means this is equal more than the size of Sweden, 1.3 times of the population of Sweden. And
1.5 times population of Australia, 2.5 times the population of Norway. During the last 3 years, 2.4 million Pakistanis have left the country. This means 67,000 per month Pakistani left every month, 2,243 per day, and 93% per hour. This means during the 1.5 hour duration of this session, 143 Pakistanis may have left the country. So this shows how many Pakistanis leave the country every year, are leaving the country every day. But one question is, why so many Pakistanis leave the country? If you see, the Pakistan has been facing different challenges. Is a climate change effect. We have seen floods in 2010, 2022. There was an earthquake in 2005-6. There is a displacement induced by the conflict and by the droughts as well. So now the question is where these Pakistanis move. 92% of Pakistanis moved to the Gulf region, led by Saudi Arabia and UAE. And then over the past 3 years, there has been major shift in the trend. Up to 2022, UK migrant was 71,000. Now, during the last 3 years, 29,000 Pakistanis have left the UK. During the same period, 33,000 Pakistanis have moved to the EU region. Within Pakistan, we can see there is a combination of different methodologies. Sorry. For migration, I have used different methods as compared to my colleagues who have used more advanced methodologies. I have used a convenient model of vector autoregressive. I have studied combined behavior of 3 variables, international migrant and GDP and remittances. We can see from here, during the next 5 years, 5.3 million Pakistanis are expected to move abroad for work. 4.8 million Pakistanis are expected to move to the Gulf region. Now, it's important to have different dimensions of the migrant. Dimensions which can be disaggregated into the origins and the destinations, and more importantly, the skill set of the migrant. Because for a policy making point of view, the projections of migrant by the origins, from which part of the country origins live. In Pakistan, most of the migrants left from province of Punjab and KP. And there are very small Pakistanis left from other provinces like Islamabad and Sindh and Balochistan. So according to these figures, Punjab and Khyber Pakhtunkhwa continue to be major source of migrants from Pakistan. And 1.7 million Pakistanis are expected to live with having highly qualified and highly skilled migrants. So this is an important dimension, keeping in view the impact of the migrant on host economies as well as for the source economy. When persons, migrant with highly qualified and highly skilled left a country, it creates gaps for the local employment and at the same time for the host countries as well. We have seen 1.7 million skilled Pakistani. This means it have a severe impact on the economic implications for the Pakistan's economy. Like say, the projected remittances from Pakistan, according to this model, is now about 12% of the GDP. Now, Pakistani remittances contribute about 8% towards GDP of Pakistan. But if these trends continue, the number of total proportion of the remittances expected to reach to the 12% of the GDP. So keeping in view this scenario, it's very important to have not only the number of migrants, but also have to number of migrants disaggregated by different dimensions. Dimensions mean origins and their destination, and as well as their skill set of the migration. But for this study, we have faced a limitation. The data was not available by gender, disaggregated data was not available. There is only one method was used to project the migration. However, the more advanced methods can be applied to migration projection. And then there is a challenge in the availability of data, and challenge in the availability of the resources. So there is a complex, migration being a complex phenomenon is always difficult to project. So there is a need to have a coordinated efforts among the Pakistan institutions as well as the technical assistance from the other countries to how this migration can be better projected from Pakistan. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Liaquat. I think you're pointing to also the importance of certainty and uncertainty in forecasting or estimating immigration levels. And also, I think you raised a very important point, because we need to understand, for instance, subnational types of forecasting, so who is living from which province, and also levels of skills and destinations. So it's really a complex picture. Without further ado, we get to our final panelist. I want to correct Amparo, and we even discussed that last night at dinner, that you're now the Deputy Director General at the reception system of the Secretary of State for Migration in Spain. She was previously the Deputy Director in the integration system. So you have a full knowledge of the challenges and opportunities. But as we have actually agreed, Amparo is getting the more political question of what do we do with all this data and evidence, assuming even we can have forecasts, have a certain level of detail, a certain level of certainty. What do we make of them in the policy process?
Well, I think that just maybe by chance, I prepare a presentation that maybe can answer the question. But no, honestly, I was quite happy after listening to the other presenters that we can engage in real productive conversation, because we actually use some of the work that maybe Claudio, for instance, Claudio was mentioning at the beginning. I look at the blueprint predictions every time that they appear. And when I'm planning whether I'm going to have enough number of places in the Canary Island, I look at the numbers, and sometimes I hope for the numbers to be the ones that I need. So I sometimes confound what you publish, what do we need, but it's definitely useful. So what I intended to do with the presentation is to both, from the position that I'm now and having been a researcher for a long time, to keep doing an effort in the looking for the more useful and the highest impact of the good work that we all do when we do research. However, as I will emphasize during the presentation, not to be pessimistic, but to keep pushing this further, we still face a lot of limitation and obstacles to make the best out of our work, and the goal of the presentation is precisely to go a bit deeper on that. So I hope I get it. So basically, I'm going to focus on the work, the preparation work that we did for the PACT implementation, and specifically the work that within my unit we had been doing during the previous month for the contingency plan, and to explain a bit the difficulties that we had in order to really make contingency plans that are also reliable and useful for the organization of the unit and the services that we have to provide in order to guarantee reception places for the people that have the right to it. And unfortunately, we don't have a statistical unit that is in charge of either asylum procedure with or in combination with reception system in Spain. We have a relatively good statistical unit in charge of legal migration, but they have not been working yet in this area, and this is why I was looking and paying a lot of attention to Guillaume's presentation, for instance, in order to learn how we could. I mean, we are probably in the slide number 2, in the transit to number 2, number 3, so stepwise, second step of the. So we have invested a lot in understanding all the problems that the data we have in order to do a good prediction. And we have been in touch with all the experts and the different administrative people that are engaged in everyday job that you were mentioning as one of the third areas or actors that are, let's say, eager for forecasting exercises. So, however, even though we don't have this statistical unit, we still do serious exercises for planning at the unit level for multiple goals. For instance, to do the best resources allocation, aim on the multiple actors and places that participate of the wide range of reception activities, from supporting sea rescue operations to promote labor integration of those that have been for a while within the reception system. So it's important to do the best resources allocation, and for that you need to predict, you need to have the best forecast of how things are going to be in the next month, in the next trimester. That is the time range used for the sea arrivals estimation, for instance, from the Commission, or to know how many and for how long they are going to remain in the reception system, and for how many of them should be worried about finding a job or finding autonomous housing to make possible for them to exit the centers. So basically, here what I did was to summarize the main pieces of information that we need to plan the reception system in the following months. And the first, obviously, we need information on arrivals, and we need where do they arrive, and how many of them plan to apply for asylum, for instance. But we know how much time they are going to take since the arrival to the asylum application, because if they don't apply right after they disembark the boat or their plane lands in Madrid Barajas Airport, I don't need the place for that person right away. I will need it when they comply the requirements to enter the reception place. And this is only they can demonstrate they are asylum applicants, and this is very important. Then we need to have an estimation on for how long they are going to remain in the system. So that equals to say how long it's going to take for the Ministry of Interior to solve each asylum application. Because with the same number of places, I can give reception conditions to many or fewer people, depending on how long a person is occupying the same position, the same place. And finally, of course, I need to know where they are going to apply, how easy or difficult it is to move people around the country in order to send them to where I have an empty place, and I need to know a bit more about their profile, basically, whether they come in a family, they have minors, or they are lonely men or lonely women that we have specific places for each of them. So which are the main difficulties that we find? In Spain, fortunately, we have, I think, honestly, good data on arrivals. We have good data and quite periodical data on both irregular arrivals and total legal or total regular migration, let's call it like that. In the first part, you have the estimations, the numbers that the Statistical Office of Spain publish every year for total migration, and I have detracted the number of irregular entries that the Ministry of Interior publishes every 15 days, which is in the bottom of the slide. So basically, it's in the 2024 is in yellow because it's my own estimation. The definitive figures are not published yet, and I'm quite convinced that I'm wrong, and it will be a bit higher because this happened already to me last year. But in any case, the important thing to say here is that we know how many people arrive. We don't have a problem with the first part of the requirements that I was mentioning, but we don't know how many of them apply for asylum. And you could say, okay, Eurostat is publishing asylum application every month in every country. The problem is how the procedure works in Spain. I'm going to go back. You have this square there, the application procedure in Spain. You can formulate, you can say, okay, raise your hand, I want to apply for asylum. Then you apply for an appointment to the police. You wait for that appointment. That day, the police register you as someone who wants to apply for asylum. This is an official paper. They apply non-refoulement principle since you are registered, not before, but we don't have statistics on people who have registered their wish to apply for asylum. We only have a statistic in people who have already lodged their application. How much time can take since the arrival of one person to their asylum application is lodged? In Spain, sometimes 15 months, sometimes even 2 years, because after registration, we are safe because we are not deporting them. In any case, we are respecting their rights as asylum applicants, but we don't collect information on that, which is the main problem, that they have reception rights since the moment they are registered. Even nobody knows how many people have registered their wish to apply for asylum. So we need to have places for asylum applicants since the moment they register, but nobody knows how many people have registered. There is no numbers on that. So what we do is we take the total number of entries. We know that people that come from Latin America always come by plane. We also know that people that come by boat, boats never have people from Latin America for the moment. So these are the main nationalities arriving by boat. Yeah, I'm saying that because now we are receiving Russian people by boat. So like the routes are changing almost every day, and people are finding their ways to get to the point where they feel safe. So we have these two groups of nationalities. I know how many asylum applications were lodged from Latin American nationalities in 2024. I know how many asylum applications were lodged from Western African countries, so I calculate more or less which is the proportion of every year arrivals by nationality that end up lodging an application of asylum at some point in time, but I don't know when. But the problem is and then I calculate that, for instance, among Latin Americans that ended up applying for asylum in one particular year, 12%, 11% applied for reception facilities. And then I do the same for the Western African, and I found that in 2000, which is a problem that I'm doing this in data that are very delayed with regard to the moment that I'm in need of having the numbers to plan budget, to plan number of places. So I'm getting the numbers before the statistics on asylum application are collected and published by the Ministry of Interior. So I was wondering, for instance, with Guillaume's presentation, this is also the case in France. So at which moment in time is the one that asylum application published by Eurostat refer to? Because if they are referring to different points in times, these data are very difficult to be comparable across countries. And if I cannot use these numbers to do my own planning, probably we should be all interested in pushing to have the the numbers that are actually relevant for organizing public services, not only to have nice statistical that we can all compare, thinking that we are doing comparisons that are reliable, because so I'm not making a general claim against, but I was just emphasizing that we need, as we were mentioning in the first session, many more or much more metadata on the meaning of the data. There are good data that we are collecting and publishing, which is super important and has taken a lot of time to get to this point. But now many times I see that some people are using Spanish asylum application data as meaning something that they cannot mean, because they are taken in a moment that is very far away from the moment that people assume that most asylum applicants should be able to register their application. So basically, what we don't know is whether only, for instance, 57% of the Western African arrivals in 2024 to Spain ended up applying for asylum, or these are only the ones that were able to apply for asylum in 2024, or not even, because I'm mixing data for several years in a row, so I don't know if this estimate is reliable at all. So what we do, basically here, why this is the case, because in Spain, basically asylum applications numbers published basically reflect the capacity of a national police and asylum staff to process applications, and the number keep quite constant. So the number of arrivals to Spain has increased a lot over the last 1 year and a half, as you all know, both legal and to much less extent irregular migration. Even this gets all the media attention. But the overall number, the average number of asylum applications by month that are published in the Eurostat webpage is quite constant. It's not because people are not applying in more cases asylum, it's only because we don't have more police staff in order to register every month an increased number of applications. So this keeps constant, but the real number of arrivals doesn't keep constant, and the wish to apply for asylum and of these people either is also increasing, but we are only seeing that with a lot of delay in time. So this is why the right graph, the orange line, is showing the number of pending applications. So the number of asylum applications keep constant, but the number of pending applications only increased, half double in the last year and a half. So we went from 150,000 to 300,000 in a year and a half. So we are collecting every month the same number of asylum applications because we don't have capacity to collect more. So this is not really reflecting the flows of asylum applicants into our country, and this is definitely a problem for planning. So just to conclude, some of the main conclusions probably is that we need much more guest estimated or informed guests, as you all know in your models of forecasting were suggesting. This is crucial in order to understand what is behind the data, and we definitely need to work together much more in order to see behind the data, and not just to assume that everything that is published, that definitely went through all the quality checks that they need to go, but then when we are comparing, we need to understand not only the legal framework, but definitely the administrative procedure that is behind the whole process in order to make the data useful. Then we also need to have into account that the context is changing simultaneously in many potential destinations for the same person. So we are changing all our legal framework and to some extent, obviously, the administrative procedure in all the member states as a consequence of the implementation of the pact. And on top of that, we are doing our own national reforms. And everything together is changing quite rapidly the set of incentives for migrants to make their best decision, which is to get here through the route that you allow them to come. So it's very difficult to multiply in this particular moment the uncertainty, I guess, of our models, because behavior are changing very rapidly because of this change in the structure of the incentives that policy reforms are generating. And finally, these delayed measurements represent a huge limitation when we are trying to forecast for the medium term for policy implementation. So we have the data, we can put it at your disposal, and you can put it into your model to see how well they predict what happened in Spain in, I don't know, 3 months. For now, we are really in need for this type of forecasting in order to properly plan, but we need to feel safe that we are using the right data, and this is not clear to us yet. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Amparo. You actually even complicate further the discussion by, introducing, I think, a real problem. How do data and even forecasting inform policy? Honestly, I hadn't thought about it. The time lag between entering the country, lodging, clarifying your intention to apply and then completing the application. And for me, or I don't know, for Claudia, this can be a research problem, but how do we deal with that? But for you, it's also a policy problem. And I would like to come back also to, I think that Guillaume said earlier, I think oftentimes in many countries, we don't need new laws, we need new implementation or better implementation. But it is true that sometimes governments are tempted to go in with a new bill because that shows they're doing something. So that also complicates things. But I'd like to open the floor for discussion, for comments and questions. Our colleagues have the mics. I'll take these 3 and 4, so starting 1, 2, 3, and 1, 4 up there, and 5. Yes. Yeah, we start here. Oh, you start here. Okay.
And good morning. Thank you very much for your presentations. Very interesting and stimulating. I am Marco Marsili from Italy, National Statistical Office. I have a couple of questions. The first one to Mr. Bosco and Mr. Mordaunt. You have both mentioned the use of expert opinion in your models. So I would like to know how experts were selected and how did they answer your questions, in which way? A second question to Mr. Bosco again. And okay, it's very nice when you are developing a model and you build a confidence interval and you are happy when you find that the observed outcome is well inside the confidence interval. But given that you are managing a very volatile issue, migration, so my question is how your model reacts when you are in front of sudden or not predictable shocks. That many often is the case. And the last one, if I can, is to Dr. Wilmot. It's about the use of net migration in UN population projections. And okay, all we know that net migration, it's a residual in your data, is not the difference between immigrants and emigrants. And so it includes, for instance, very strange components like statistical adjustments, post-census correction, register correction. And this is particularly true for a country like Italy, for instance. So I see a contradiction when this component, the residual, is managed into your very nice probabilistic model. So I wonder whether it would be better to work separately between immigrants and emigrants, just with these two components. In any case, you ensure consistency in your model, because in any case, at worldwide level, net migration would be 0. And even because I think push and pull factors are different country by country, different if we are talking about a sending country, a receiving country. And this, according to me, is another reason for considering separately the two components of migration, immigrants and emigrants separately. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I suppose the short answer is il mondo è imperfetto, but we do our best. But I think I have one question there, one somewhere here. Yeah, go ahead, and then we go further up. There's a couple of questions. I'll kind of ask you to, when we get to these first three questions, to raise your hands again so we can see where you are. Go ahead, yeah.
Hi, my name is Emilio Zagni from the Max Planck Institute for Demographic Research, and I have a question for John Wilmoth. Well, first of all, I would like to praise John and the Population Division for their work and for these estimates that they've been producing, estimates and projections that they've been producing for many years now, and they've become really the most authoritative source of projections for the entire world. Now, because of this success, many people are paying attention to these projections, not only academics, but also policymakers, journalists, and the society at large. And so my question is, given that these projections receive so much attention, there might also potentially be some sort of feedback mechanisms. If some projections are extreme, like some trajectories that were shown maybe potentially never sort of materialize because society must sort of react if we go on one sort of like trajectory or another. So there's always an interaction between how society responds also to information about what the future might look like. And I'm just sort of curious to know whether these type of considerations are taken into account or whether it would even make sense to sort of like consider these potential feedback mechanisms.
Thank you. Which one was there was a third question here.
Good morning. My name is Ibtiel Bouchouchaf from the National Institute of Tunisia. I will ask our big question in Tunisia because we are preparing projection of the population, and as you know, and that see in the trends of the graphs of Spain and in French, there is like fluctuation, and the effect of pandemic 2019 we observed clearly in the trend of Spain. My question is how you deal with the unexpected, I can say, event that will influence the behavior, demographic behavior, and including migration, to project on the future. And we know clearly that the effect of pandemic 19 will have a big short and then long-term effect on the behavior of the population, demographic behavior, including migration. So how will you deal with this in your projection? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So can you raise, yeah, we have one over there, 2 and 3, yeah. So one up there, 2 here. And please be mindful, I'm told we're eating up our lunchtime.
Shall I start?
So try to be brief and I'll ask the...
Shall I start or somebody else?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, to me or to other colleague?
I had this first, the person up there. I'm sorry, perhaps if you stand up, we can also, it's easier for us to...
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. My name is Khizr, and my question is to Liaquat from Pakistan. So, in like, for example, Pakistan's migration is, the proportion mainly is of irregular, temporary, and undocumented migration. So, what innovative methods or partnerships have you seen that effectively captures this hard-to-measure migration flow? And if you can describe the role of health workers, polio workers, because in my own findings, I've seen that they collect data, they make registers. So if it's of any use and it's significant for policy development, And last question is like when you go to the Bureau of Statistics, you cannot really find accessible data formats. Like, data is available in PDFs, which is not really convenient and effective in ways like, researchers can contribute or make effective use of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you, Jalal Abbasi from Vienna Institute of Demography. My question is also to Liaquat and also on Afghan migrants in Pakistan. You mentioned that there are 1 million Afghans in Pakistan, but in reality, we know that there are close to 3 million. In Iran was the same, 700 or 800 Afghan refugees registered, 1.4 million counted in the census. The suggestion is that 5 million are them, and social media says there are 10 million. So I was wondering whether if there are any process for registration of that particular Afghan migrants in Pakistan, or any methods or any procedure or process that you have for forecasting or nowcasting the large number of migrants who are in Pakistan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The last question is over there. You guys see? Sorry for this delay. It's a big room.
Thank you. My question is, sorry, I'm Viviane van der Vos from IOM. My question is also for Mr. Ali from PBS. I know there's a lot of interest in forecasting out migration from Pakistan, and congratulations on all the work. But I'm also curious, and I think this is of great interest potentially for the Ministry of Planning and maybe even other agencies in Pakistan, is forecasting return migration. Because we often forget about return migration in countries that send large numbers of their nationals abroad, and it does really strain national planning and resources. So I'm curious, Mr. Ali, if you have even considered or already did some work on forecasting return migration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think with that, I'll turn, because we're already 5 minutes late. Yes, so we need to take 5 minutes, guys. You need to take 1 minute each. But I think I'll start from Claudia again and go all the way.
Yes, I can quickly answer to the two questions for me. So which are the experts we selected? So we are using experts within many different institutions, within GEOM agency like Frontex, UEA, EULISA, Europol. So we have always meeting. In the GEOM there are experts, within JRC there are experts, and also member state discussing and passing information. Their consideration are considered for taking this final consideration into the model. Regarding the direction of the model for unexpected events, so we have done a sensitivity analysis when we tested the methodology and we validated. If these unexpected events are not too big, so the model can manage because there is the uncertainty, and we have seen that the majority of the time a small error in considering the analytical consideration, so in setting not perfectly what can happen, are digested by the model. If it's too big, of course, so the model fails.
Thank you very much, Claudia, also for being very succinct. Guillaume?
Yeah, well, in line with Bosco, Claudio, the question was for me on the same type of question, expert opinion in the model. Actually, we do not take expertise into the model currently. We want to try the Delphi and try the method of Claudio and to see what it means. Today, the statistics come just to enlighten the process that is purely expertise. It's as such. But to my view, in order to make this process efficient and effective, we need to obey to a few rules. One of them is make it simple. The statistics should remain simple, and model should remain simple, explainable. basically, which means really no black box. Because with a black box, you come to the expert with your black box and the result of the black box, and he will not trust or take your statistics into consideration, basically, and stick to his own expertise. That's the trick. And the other one is apply the human first principle, if I should say so, which means that the statistical tools and the uncertainty that we show, that we need to graph and to give in a pedagogical way, are there to support the process of the experts. And I mean, they have the knowledge, and the knowledge that we will never have because we don't have so many variables that they have because they spend their daily life on their work, whether it be border force, transit countries, or whatever, diplomacy, push factors, pull factors. So we can help into giving the amplitude of the impact of such or such event that they know that occurs into the outcome of the asylum application. So divide the uncertainty into a few layers, the uncertainty that is in the model and the uncertainty that is in what the model doesn't capture. And finally, the third type of uncertainty that is the most tricky one, the crisis, separately. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leo.
Thank you. So I think maybe three questions related to my presentation. First about net migration. I wasn't sure if it was a question about conceptually, how do we deal with why are we dealing with net migration as opposed to immigrants and emigrants separately? Someone once said, there's no such thing as a net migrant, and we know that that's true. But the data that we have and the estimates that we have available, I think the most reliable estimates are for net migration. They're not perfect by any means, as you mentioned, since they're residuals, they're affected by lots of different things, and errors in other parts of the equation are going to affect our estimates of net migration. For example, census adjustment you mentioned. But I think it's the best that we have, and those estimates at least are grounded by the fact that they have to add up. We do some plausibility checks of the net migration estimates based on estimates of the stock of migrants existing in the countries at different points in time. But it's really, I think it's the best we can do, and I'll leave it at that. As far as the question about feedback, Emilio, you surprised me on this one. I hadn't really thought of this. It's an excellent question. I don't know the answer. Certainly it's possible that people can see the projections and it can lead to policy changes or changes in societal attitudes. I mean, for example, we've seen the impact of projected population decline on pronatalist policies in some countries to try and raise the birth rate. But we also know that those policy interventions haven't been very effective in the case of fertility. So I don't know what the impact of the feedback might be. It might also make countries more receptive to migration in that case. But we really don't have a good historical experience on which to base anything to make those sorts of changes. Finally, about the effects of shocks on our projections and the COVID pandemic and so forth. Well, this kind of, in some ways, you answered a question that somebody might have asked, how do we know that the future won't be subject to unexpected events and things that really we didn't expect? Well, the past also was subject to a lot of things that happened that nobody expected. And that's why the method actually works, is that the past was full of uncertainty, a lot of things that we would have never anticipated or expected to happen. And therefore, the historical record is messy, and there's a lot of variability. And that's why when we take that variability and use it to project the future, I think it projects a reasonable picture of the uncertainty of the future based on the shocks and events of the past. I hope that helps.
Thank you, John. So the past has been equally messy as the present and probably the future. Liaquat.
Thank you. As far as data measurement of migration is concerned in our country, and there is the Bureau of Immigration and Overseas Employment, Government of Pakistan. This bureau compiles monthly data by different dimensions, by source, by occupation, and by province, and even by district level. So this monthly data is available by not only at aggregate level, but also by different dimensions. And these dimensions can be used to analyze the trends of migration, not only current trend, but also the future migration trend also. Finally, in the 21st era, I would like to say that according to System of National Account 2025, data, including the migration data, is not just an information. All the data stored and created digitally is now considered as an asset. Data as an fixed will be treated like intellectual property products of research and development and other. So any investment in the creation, storage of data is now like investment in the asset. Assets which can subsequently be used to produce further goods and services. This production of goods and services will have direct implication for the livelihood and living standards of the people around the world. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Liaquat. Amparo, maybe a closing statement?
I need for Guillaume to explain to me how the French data means. No, we will talk over lunch.
Thank you. Thank you for joining me to congratulate and thank our panel. I know we have a datathon right now, so
Colleagues, sorry, there is no break. We are moving straight ahead to the next session and to the closing session. Now we will tell you all about the IDAC Datathon and the winners of a competition we have organized with UNICEF. Please stay in the room if you can. We'll try to catch up a little bit the time, but there is no break between that session and the previous session and that session. Thank you.
Maybe you just speak here. Yes. And thank you for staying in the rooms. I'm Cécile Taureau. I'm data and policy analyst at the OECD International Migration Division. And it's a real honor, really, to be moderating this session today, which marks the launch of an exciting joint initiative between the OECD and the UNHCR, the very first edition of the Datathon. This initiative was made possible with the support of the European Commission DG INPA through the International Data Alliance of Children of the Moon, MOVE. And we have with us Lisa Celebi. Welcome, Lisa. Policy officer and program manager at DG INPA, who kindly accepted to deliver some concluding remarks. So I'll introduce the brilliant leaders of the two winning teams in a moment. But before we dive into their projects, I'd like to hand things over to my colleague and co-lead at UNHCR, Alejandra Moreno. Her dedication and leadership were absolutely essential in bringing this Datathon to life. Alejandra, over to you to tell us more about the Datathon.
Good afternoon, everyone. As Cecile mentioned, I am with the data curation team at UNHCR. We focus on UNHCR's microdata library, a public platform containing microdata on forcibly displaced and stateless people. We anonymize sensitive data to make it available and safe for the public. The microdata library currently hosts over 940 datasets. Before introducing you to the winning teams, I'd like to give a quick word on the datathon. Forcibly displaced and stateless children face complex challenges, from limited access to education and healthcare to insecure legal status. Yet, data on their experiences is often scarce and underused. It is for this reason that OECD and UNHCR launched a datathon, inviting data practitioners around the world to explore UNHCR's microdata library and come up with innovative solutions. The datathon had three main objectives. First, to promote the use of microdata for child-focused analysis. Second, to strengthen evidence-based policy, advocacy, and programming. And third, to encourage innovative cross-context comparisons of child outcomes. Participants were given three themes from which to pick from: either representation, to address the data gaps on forcibly displaced and stateless children; comparisons, to analyze the disparities between the experiences of host community children and forcibly displaced and stateless children; and interaction, to analyze how factors such as access to education, healthcare, legal status, and living conditions may interact together and affect their experiences. They were asked to use at least one dataset from UNHCR's microdata library, to create a presentation or a story map, and to generate a video to communicate their findings. They were also asked to ensure that all scripts and models generated throughout the datathon were made publicly available to ensure transparency and reproducibility. Here are the winning teams. Thank you.
Thank you, Alejandra. So, let me now introduce the first winning team, CREC, who developed the unified model predicting education outcomes for displaced children in data-scarce contexts. So we have online, unfortunately, William couldn't make it. He's based in Jordan, so you can imagine how difficult it is to travel at the moment. So we have online one of the three co-authors of CREC, William Parra, who recently started a new role as a research manager with Impact Initiatives, REACH initiative in Afghanistan. William has a master's degree in development economics from the Oxford University. His co-authors, Matt Mutar-White and Woo Young-Yu, are PhD candidates in computer science and informatics, respectively. So, William, Matt, and Woon Young, congratulations on behalf of all of us. You now have 8 minutes to pitch your project, and I will move the slides for you.
Many thanks for that introduction. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great.
Yes, perfectly.
Thank you so much for that kind introduction. I will be providing a very high-level overview of our work, but if you're interested in seeing more of the data visualization, analysis, context, our code, our story map, and GitHub are linked on the Datathon page. Next slide, please. So we took on the Datathon challenge by addressing critical gaps in the data representation and analysis of displaced children's educational outcomes in Iraq. We had two phases to our approach. In phase one, we set out to analyze educational enrollment of displaced children. We identified not only which children are most at risk of missing school, but why. In doing so, we outlined implications for policy and practice. In phase two, we set out to address data scarcity. So we developed what we call the unified model, a geospatial-only model capable of estimating education outcomes in districts where data was not collected. We then took this a step further to demonstrate the model's applicability and adaptability to other contexts by employing the model in Uganda. Next slide, please. So in phase one, we augmented Iraq 2021 multi-cluster needs assessment data with open sources. We integrated OpenStreetMap data, which provided the locations of schools, hospitals, places of worship, et cetera. And then we integrated data from ACLID, armed conflict location and event data. To account for different vulnerabilities and contexts, we separately trained two machine learning models, one for children living in IDP and refugee camps, and another for children living outside of those camps. The majority of children living in camps were concentrated in the Kurdistan region. And so we believe the contextual and geographic clustering necessitated separate models to better capture any divergent trends of enrollment given the conditions of camp-based living. These models really allowed us to dive into some of the key features that contribute to formal educational enrollment and also see how well we can predict outcomes based on the data. We specifically used Light GBM, which is a best-in-class decision tree-based model. It's non-parametric, so we can capture nonlinear relationships without extensive feature engineering, and it's lightweight, which means we can use CPUs rather than GPUs. In our project story map, we go into much more depth than what I'm allowed to do in this presentation, but the focus here is the finding that enrollment rates are significantly lower for older children, girls, and those outside of camps, or those in camps, sorry. Next slide, please. So we blended this analysis with explainable AI through Shapley additive explanations, or SHAP values, to study again not only which children are at most risk of missing school, but why. Across both contexts, economic hardship, child labor, gender disparities, healthcare access, and distance to services all posed significant barriers. We see that age is a huge factor, so teenagers tend to drop out a lot more compared to younger children. We also see that expenditure variables are very important, so how much a household is spending on specific things like medical expenses all contribute whether a child is in school or not. Another interesting finding was that proximity to school was not a top feature, suggesting that meaningful access, costs, and school quality present significant challenges. Altogether, these findings suggest that policies across Iraq should integrate targeted financial support programs, flexible arrangements, and social protection mechanisms to relieve families from pressures that necessitate child labor. We also point to the need for gender-specific interventions to address the gender gap. Next slide, please. So moving on to phase 2, we wanted to address missing data. So the data we had only had data for 63 of the 120 districts in Iraq. From our earlier SHAP analysis, we saw that some of the variation in educational exclusion can be explained by geospatial variables. So we wanted to produce estimates for those districts without data based on a predictive model that only uses those geospatial variables, but is trained using the school enrollment rates from the microdata. This is what we call the unified model. We generated 25,000 synthetic points on a grid across the country of Iraq, and then we estimated what the value of school enrollment would be at that point, then aggregated it to the district level, and that's what gives us our results here. The map shows district level predictions for the remaining 57 districts in Iraq that were not included in the microdata. And what we see from a predictive view is an area under the curve of 0.67 and an average precision of 0.9, which is moderate to high explainability. And our model kind of makes sense with which areas have the lowest and which areas have the highest predicted enrollments. Next slide, please. So when we wanted to test the generalizability of the model, we wanted to apply it to another country that we had data for. So we decided to use it in Uganda using the Joint Multi-Sector Needs Assessment from 2018. And we applied the same process. Again, we gathered OpenStreetMap data and conflict data and geospatially merged them with this data set. On our first run of the model, we got relatively middling predictive ability. And we thought this underperformance could be attributed to the model's limited training data. Only 11 out of 120 districts from Uganda were included. And there seemed to be a lack of data on conflict. So when we look at areas like Kampala, for example, the model's predicted enrollment was lower than what we would expect for Kampala. And we set out to improve this. One of the benefits of the unified model is that when more microdata becomes available and it has the variable of interest in terms of informal education, we can just add it to the model. And so what we did is we got some microdata from the 2018 to 2019 Uganda National Panel Survey from the World Bank. And we applied that to our model and it improved it significantly, raising the area under the curve to 0.9 and our average precision to 0.953. In addition, our model estimates for Kampala make a lot more sense. In a SHAP analysis of Uganda, distance to colleges, public buildings, schools, and universities were the most important contributors to this model, which was what we would expect for this context. We recommend using Unified for evidence-based targeting for advocacy, programming, and more downstream research to better understand potential challenges and solutions. Next slide, please. So to conclude, we first analyzed drivers of educational exclusion in Iraq, and then presented the Unified model as a novel and practical approach to predicting outcomes for forcibly displaced children in data-scarce contexts. We use this in Iraq and Uganda, but believe that this solution can be applied globally. In terms of our conclusions, we kind of have 4 big key takeaways. The first relates to education outcomes. From a policy and programming perspective, we saw that school enrollment varies significantly between camp and non-camp contexts, and there are more structural factors at its core here. We recommend multifaceted responses to education. In particular, we highlight the need to strengthen the link between social protection and humanitarian assistance. UNHCR and the CALP network, for example, have outlined successful ways that this can be done for forcibly displaced people, including in Iraq, where we move from short-term humanitarian cash assistance to more durable social protection. The next key takeaway has more to do with data collection. We find that microdata is incredibly useful, not only in understanding education outcomes, but also in modeling. And so we believe agencies should continue to collect household level data that includes GPS tagging, core indicators, and an ability to harmonize across contexts. We again underscore the need to disaggregate data by displacement status, age, and sex in order to identify IDP children and improve their representation in future data collection. Next slide, please. Third, we find that geospatial data alone can offer a lot of predictive power, and we see that with the unified model. We recommend that models like this be used for triage targeting in data scarce contexts. As humanitarian and development funding shrinks, we think these models could aid practitioners do a lot more with a lot less, not as a replacement, but as a supplementary tool. Fourth, we believe that the model is really adaptable across contexts. We demonstrate that we could do this in Uganda and Iraq, but believe that the flexibility and scalability of the model would be really valuable in other environments. Next slide, please. In terms of how this work can be taken forward, we can expand this beyond education. We focus on education, but there's a lot of potential here for health, nutrition, and protection. We can also add other data sets, including those on climate and land use, and there are additional ways to build on the robustness of the model. On this last point, we note that finer GPS data is available internally to agencies, but we're not included as part of this datathon. The finer GPS data could really strengthen the model in other use cases. Next slide, please. Finally, I just wanted to thank my teammates, especially Matt, who did a lot of the heavy lifting in terms of technical analysis. So special shout out to him. We're always looking for people to collaborate with. If you'd like to write a paper with us or give us more data, we'd welcome that opportunity. Next slide, please. And many thanks for listening. Salamat.
Thank you, William. Thank you to well done again, the three of us. And again, as mentioned by Alejandra earlier, if you want to have more information on these projects, the report, a video, a story map is available through the IFMS website, and we point to the UNHCR wiki page. So please take the time to digest all those results. So let me now introduce the second winning team led by Eram Espoartechi, and Eram is with us. She's a data scientist student at the French National School for Statistics and Data Science, NSAI, finishing her program by the end of this year. She studied econometrics and statistics at NSAI in Senegal. Eram used to be an intern at the French Institute for Research and Development, RID, and in data science at Quadratic Data. Her co-author, William Kokou-Amedanu, is in his final year, in his final years of Master in Public Policy and Development at the Paris School of Economics. William, you are in the room, I know, but we had place only for... So can you please stand up, because it's also your job. So William, yes, you're in your final year of Master in Public Policy and Development at the Paris School of Economics. You have a background in econometrics and statistics as research assistant, mainly at JPAL and the French Ministry of Labor. So Eram, William, congratulations on behalf of all of us. And again, you have the pointer and 8 minutes to pitch your work.
So it is a great honor for me to represent my team, Data for Hope, to present our Datathon project on multidimensional vulnerabilities and child health evidence for displaced households in Uganda. But first of all, I would like to thank OECD and the UNHCR for organizing this Datathon, It was a big opportunity for us students in statistics and economics to apply what we are learning in a migration context. So Uganda is one of the most largest refugee hosting countries in the world, with more than 1.8 million of refugees in 2024. Many come from South Sudan, from GRC, and other countries in the region. But the continuous arrival of refugees and the funding cuts are placing a big pressure on essential services in refugee settlements, as lack of access to healthcare, on sanitation, education, and housing. Children in those households are facing multiple deprivations, and that can impact their immediate well-being and their future development. So our goal was to take a multidimensional approach to identify and analyze which factors can impact child health and which interactions between those factors matter most. We hope that by doing this, we can give a tool to policymakers to act in a targeted and coordinated way. So our work is in line with the SDG Goal 3 on well-being and health, and the SDG 10 on reducing inequalities, especially the target 7 on well-managing immigration policy. Let me now walk you through some descriptive statistics. So the data that we use comes from a large-scale needs assessment survey in 2018. It covers about 6,000 households. Among those households, 63% of them are refugees. And most of those households are large families with 4 to 6 children. More than 16% of the household are female-headed, and 2/3 of them contain at least one vulnerable members. We mean those persons with disabilities. To make sense of child health in a broad way, we decided to build a health index using indicators. So we use variables related to the fact that children in previous weeks have had diarrhea, if they are vaccinated against polio and measles, if they are taking vitamin A, if in the household they are using mosquito nets. So we use principal component analysis to combine those indicators into one score. After that, we use k-mean clustering method to group households with similar children health together. But we didn't stop there. We use multiple correspondence analysis to identify what can characterize each group. So we find that the household with poor children health are characterized by lack access to clean water, bad sanitation, and bad living environment. We next wanted to identify what precisely affects child health. So we ran a linear regression with discrete fixed effects using the Children Health Index as outcome. Based on the available data, we construct explanatory variables. So we combine all of the variables related to hygiene, sanitation to one single index called WASH. We also combine quality, diversity, and sufficiency of food in one index, and we did the same thing for environmental variables. The most important results are that WASH and environment have a stronger, positive, and significant effect on child health. For example, better water conditions can increase the child health by 4%. But the food has not a significant effect on child health, even if the effect is positive. These results tell us that WASH and environmental conditions can be important for children's health. To go further, we use a machine learning model called random forest, not only to understand patterns, but also to predict the children's health. This model is good at handling non-linearities and showing which interactions between factors matter most. And we found that the most powerful predictors are not just single factors, but the interaction and combinations between them, especially between WASH, environment, and food. We can say that if children have had simultaneous jointly access to clean water and good living conditionally good living environment, it can have stronger effect on their health. This model also can predict in which household the children have the good or bad health. Based on our results, we recommend integrated solutions. Among them, better WASH conditions, better food security in terms of quantity and in terms of quality, good shelters and safe spaces for children. Also, policies should not forget the most vulnerable household, especially the household with female at head, and the large families with many children. Access to health services must also include hosts and refugees communities in the sense that no one is left out. In short, by tackling all the dimensions together, we can have bigger and important impact on child health. Thank you.
Thank you, Iran. So without any delay, so congratulations again, I will pass the floor to Lisa Celebi, who will provide some concluding remarks.
Thank you very much. So distinguished guests, colleagues and friends, I am pleased to stand in front of you and to speak on behalf of the European Commission. Directorate General for International Partnerships. For those that don't know, DG INPA, as we call it with its acronym, it's the European Commission Service for International Partnerships and Development Cooperation with partner countries in Sub-Saharan Africa, Latin America, the Caribbean, Asia, and the Pacific. So first and foremost, a heartfelt congratulations to our two winning teams. Your innovative work goes beyond theoretical insight. It delivers practical tools to shed light on education and health outcomes for children in vulnerable situations. Well done. Migration and forced displacement pose complex challenges, made all the more urgent by their impact on vulnerable groups like children. But what we've seen today proves that data and clever analysis can bridge the gap between uncertainty and action. And for hosting governments, having access to better data and analysis is not just helpful, It's essential. It enables them to design more effective policies, allocate resources more strategically, and plan services that respond to real and evolving needs, which was highlighted by the Spanish colleague earlier in the panel. Strong evidence also supports national ownership, builds trust, and enhances the impact of both national and international efforts. And that's why the European Union is investing in data-driven solutions. Whether it's through strengthening data systems and capacity to collect and analyze data, supporting research, or backing initiatives like this one, like IDAC. But I can mention a few of the colleagues from JDC, IDMC, IOM, and so on and so forth. So quality data is not just a nice to have, it's the foundation for policies and programs that truly respond to real-world needs, a notion that has been on repeat during this forum. The EU stands as a reliable and steadfast partner in migration and displacement efforts. EU and its member states are among the biggest donors to migration and forced displacement situations around the world. And the EU will continue to support initiatives that turn numbers into impact and insights into interventions. So to all those who took part in the Datathon, thank you for your dedication. Your creativity and commitment lays the foundation and the groundwork for a future where data and evidence can play a central role in shaping better responses to migration and displacement. So let's keep this energy of this forum and this Datathon by continuing to invest in innovation and collaboration to ensure that data drives more inclusive and effective solutions for those who need it the most. Thank you very much and congratulations.
Now we're moving to concluding remarks of the IFMS.
Yes, a very good thing as an end. So let's hear from a few concluding remarks. And it's my honor and pleasure to start by giving the floor to Eva-Lo Iger, who is Director General from Statistics Sweden. Mrs. Iger, you have the floor.
Well, hello everybody. Datathon, that was a new thing for me. I know some things about marathon, but Datathon, I really liked it, I must say. So, dear head of the International Migration Division from OECD, Jean-Christophe Dumont, hopefully I pronounced that okay. And dear fellow statisticians and ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let me begin by expressing my gratitude for allowing me and Statistics Sweden the opportunity to give the closing remarks at this, the 4th International Forum on Migration Statistics. I would also like to extend a thank you to the organizers of the event, and that is OECD, the UNDISA, the IOM, and also a big thank to Malmö University for hosting us those 3 days. The UN Fundamental Principles of Official Statistics tells us that, and I quote, bilateral and multilateral cooperation in statistics contributes to the improvement of systems of official statistics in all countries. And this, the 4th International Forum on Migration Statistics, has indeed been an event that has contributed to improving the scope, to availability, to timeliness and accuracy of statistics on international migration and migrants. We have had the opportunity to take note of modern approaches, to share experiences and to build networks, and thus strengthening the basis for this important statistical field going forward. We, the global statistical community, have taken important steps forward since IFMS 2023. A key milestone has been the adoption of the revised UN recommendations on statistics of international migration and temporary mobility. This is the first globally endorsed framework that provides standardized definitions, core indicators, and practical guidance for the effective communication of migration data. In addition, there has been an expanded use of this is one of the craziest words to say, admin data sources. I just, say admin, not administrative, admin data sources such as visa records, border movement registers, and population registers. This has enabled more granular, timely, and policy-relevant insights into migration patterns in a very good way. Statistics Sweden's mission is twofold. Firstly, to develop, produce, and disseminate official statistics and other national statistics. But secondly, to coordinate the Swedish system for the official statistics. In addition, Statistics Sweden is engaged in international development cooperation since more than 40 years. A key principle for our development cooperation is to always work side by side with our partners, both on an individual and on an institutional level. Sweden provides substantial support to the African Union in the form of official development assistance, including the African Agenda on Migration through a number of initiatives. One such initiative is the cooperation between Statistics Sweden, the African Union Commission Statistical Division, StatAfric, and the several regional economic communities. This joint program aims at increased availability of high-quality migration statistics, facilitating adequate management of the effects of migration. As Director General at Statistics Sweden, I am proud of the contribution this program has made to advancing migration statistics on the African continent. And as Director General of Statistics Sweden, I am happy to see that so many of our partners on the African continent have attended and contributed to this event. I'm also proud of the substantial contributions to this IFMS conference from a number of Statistics Sweden staff on a number of topics. Those topics are perspectives on gender and migration, strengthening data to improve integration practices for refugees, as well as leveraging admin data for migration statistics. On this last topic, we are in a good position in Sweden, but even so, we are constantly looking to utilize additional data sources to complement our register-based outputs. So let me return to the UN fundamental principles on official statistics. These principles stipulate that statistics provide an indispensable element in the information system of a democratic society, and this is very important. So statistics play a central role for national development. It is also important for open research, innovation, and fact-based decision-making, both in the public and in the private sectors. Statistics Sweden's vision is to provide society with useful and trusted statistics. This vision statement is also highly relevant for our international development cooperation. I especially want to emphasize the importance of making statistics available. A central part of making it available is also to communicate statistics in a way that it is understood by those who are going to use it. The statistics can be as good as any. If it is not used, it has no value. For a national statistics office, it is therefore crucial to disseminate and explain statistics in such a way that the users can find it and then also understand it. And I understand from listening to my colleagues who have attended the conference that it has been very rich in information on a broad sense of topics that have also created a lot of engagement. Some such topics are how to establish an admin system as a basis for migration statistics as presented by Italy, the almost real-time displacement flows in Sudan presented on the first day by Ogoche Daniels, as well as innovative methods of machine learning, where the importance of good quality, unbiased data are needed as a starting point. Once again, let me reiterate my thanks to the organizers of this event, as well to the host, Malmö University. But let me also round off with thanking you, all the participants who have contributed to making this a meaningful event. An event that, amongst other things, has contributed to improving the availability, timeliness, and accuracy of statistics on international migration and migrants, and fostering greater cooperation and partnerships on migration statistics, including on measuring progress towards global commitments. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Director General. And this is really getting close to the end for the plenary session. But obviously, all of you know that this afternoon we have a series of another series of breakout sessions, and I strongly encourage you not to visit Malmö, but to attend the session. Some very interesting topic. I hope you have enjoyed as much as I did these 3 days. More than 300 participants, hundreds online, 45 nationalities represented among the speakers, 135 nationalities represented among the participants. So that is truly a global event. 47 parallel sessions, all of very high quality from what I've been able to witness and hear. So let me now summarize each and every of them to you. No, okay. No, I just want to thank all the people who have made this event possible. And I will start actually by Statistics Sweden. Thank you so much for supporting so many participants to attend. And as we say in French, à tout seigneur, tout honneur. Thank you very much, Jean-Pierre Metimana, for putting me in contact with Peter, because without you, I don't think we would be in Malmö. So thank you very much, Jean-Pierre, for that. Thank you, Peter Bevelandert, for your welcome and for making this possible. I think this is a wonderful encounter, and I hope that the Malmö Institute for Migration Study and the OECD will continue working closely together. But also I want to thank obviously Malmö University for the support throughout these all days, but with a special thanks to first Anna Andren and to the Red Shirts, all the people who have supported the event throughout the day. Please join me in a round of applause. They have been really key in making this event a success. Obviously, I need to also thank the core team, the partners, IOM and UN DESA, UN Population Division, UN Statistical Division. This is a long-standing and fruitful cooperation. This is truly a team effort. And I must say that, maintaining this commitment in this current moment with the challenges that you have to face, I think this is a testimony of how much you and we value this event. So thank you very much for making it happen together. I want to thank also the partner organization. They are everywhere on the rolls up. UNHCR also for this cooperation on the Dataton and IDAC. This is a long-standing and very strong partner for the OECD in many respects, but everybody who has been involved, ICMPD, UNICEF, ILO, and all the other colleagues, UN Women, etc. Thank you very much. Thank you also for those who have financially support the event, the Federal Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs of Germany, and also the Swedish government. Again, we needed you for that. I cannot end this long list of thank yous without thanking my own team, Thomas Lebig, Cecile Toro, that you just saw, but I think special thanks and applause to Isabel McPhee and Estrella Tajo. It all came together because of their tireless effort to make it look smooth and easy, and so thank you very much for that. These 3 days have been kind of a bubble of oxygen for me, not only to keep me out of the office, but certainly to make new contacts that we hope we will be able to follow up, to gather some new ideas that I hope we will explore, to develop new, or to think about new projects that hopefully we will be able to develop and finance, but also to identify opportunities for new partnership and cooperation. So really, I come out of this meeting re-energized, and I hope this is also your case. I hope you are, like us, already thinking about the 5th IFMS. And I think this is now the time for me to pass the baton to the next organizer of the 5th IFMS, IOM. Mrs. Ugoshi Daniels was not able to be with us for the closing remark, but she has recorded a short video message, so that's going to be the very last words for today. Mrs. Ugoshi Daniel, over to you.
Dear friends, colleagues, and everyone passionate about migration data and statistics. First of all, heartfelt congratulations to all of us on another successful forum, this time held in the beautiful city of Malmö. As we look back on our journey together from Paris to Cairo to Santiago and now Sweden, it's inspiring to see how our conversations and how our connections have grown in depth and richness over the years. The world is facing rising geopolitical tensions, economic uncertainty, and the increasing impacts of climate and environmental pressures. So, telling a balanced and evidence-based story about migration and human mobility through statistics and data is more important than ever. Data is not just of statistical interest. It carries the realities of migrants and migration. It keeps our humanity in check, informing us of more than the 72,000 deaths and disappearances documented on migration routes since 2014. It helps us prepare, alerting us of the projected shortfall of 10 million health workers by 2030. And data helps us identify areas for stronger migration governance. For example, it reveals that only 20% of countries assessed by IOM's migration governance indicators allow international students to work during their studies and to transition into the labor market. This forum, with its distinguished panelists and rich discussions, has also proven that data inspires. I want to commend the forum for continuing to shine a light on the importance of statistics and data that better inform policies and foster global collaboration towards safe, orderly, and regular migration. Strong and timely statistics and other data depend on the efforts of all of us. National statistics offices, international organizations, academia, civil society, and the private sector are all essential partners. And as new technologies, including AI, rapidly change the landscape, we need to keep pace together. Looking ahead to the International Migration Review Forum in May 2026, Let's stay committed to investing in the data and evidence that will help us to measure progress on the Global Compact for safe, orderly, and regular migration. And as we say goodbye here in Malmö, I want to thank each and every one of you and express my sincere thanks to the lead organizers of this fourth forum, the OECD, Malmö University, and the government of Sweden. And I'm proud to share that our organization, the International Organization for Migration, will take the lead in organizing the 5th anniversary of the International Forum on Migration Statistics. We look forward to working once again with our trusted partners at UNDESA and the OECD to make it a truly memorable event. Goodbye, Malmö, and see you all in 2 years.